Hey, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. Twyla and I are here. She just shed. Like, she probably finished her shed minutes ago. So I thought I'd bring her out because, man, when you put vanilla in sunset, it's so nice. Doesn't get dark, you know. I mean, maybe she'll darken as she grows a little bit, but the vanilla makes it real nice. Hi, everybody. Welcome. There's a bunch of people already in. I haven't really looked at the comments because I didn't have time. I started rushing around, realizing that I didn't have things done. So let's make sure that everyone can hear and see me okay. If you couldn't, you'd be saying something now. So I'm assuming everything's good. Hi, everybody. Great to see you. We got lots of people in. Very cool. So today, first of all, what I'm drinking is Blvd 10. This is the standard. This is the standard Isla Scotch that is smoky and peaty, and it's the stuff that, depending on where you are, you might be able to find it at the grocery store, which is kind of cool, and it's good. It's the good stuff that you can find around. I think Twyla's trying to crawl on my hat. I'm trying to facilitate this for her. Maybe she's not. Maybe she's. Oh no, she's coming around my neck. All right, we'll just let her do what she wants to do. Anyway, Slancha. That is lovely. That's a wonderful Scotch. Blvd 10. Daniel's asking if I still have the Cape house snake. Yes, I have several of them. I have babies. I'll show you guys babies today. Little baby house snakes. Vanilla sunset. So that's what I'm saying. The sunset is the main gene that you're seeing that's all red. She's behind me now, so you can't see her very well. But vanilla with sunset keeps her nice and rusty orange. I would say I would call this rusty orange. You know, it's not like Orange Dream orange, but it's more of a rust color. Anyway, that's what I'm drinking. We are going to, as I mentioned earlier in other advertisements, I guess, for the live stream, we're going to talk about genetics, which is kind of fun. I haven't done a genetics video recently, so it'll be fun to talk about it a little bit. I got some good questions and dove deep into one, actually. So because it turned out to be pretty interesting. So we're going to talk about that. I've got a ton of questions from Patreon that I'm going to answer, not just about genetics. Oh, there's Twyla on my hat now. Not just about genetics, but a bunch of other stuff. I think we're going to start off with the genetics, though, because there might be some people who just came in here because they saw that I was going to be talking about genetics, and they're like, that's what I want to see. And, you know, last live stream went 4 hours, so I don't want to bury it 3 hours in if people came in to just for the genetics. So we're going to get into that momentarily, but 3 hours in-ish, we will be feeding snakes. So the feeding always happens at the end. Sometimes there have been times where I've said I'm feeding snakes, and then there will be what's clearly probably a child in that's like, when are you going to feed the snakes? When are you going to feed them? And they just spam the chat with feed the snakes. So we are feeding snakes, but that happens in the evening. Happens later in the evening, I mean. And it's going to be fun because, you know, almost always when we do these live streams, I feed the black-headed pythons because they get fed quite often. But the retics, they don't get fed very often, and we are feeding retics today. So that's going to be fun. And black-headed pythons and a carpet python. I think those are the only ones on the docket. But that's going to happen later in the evening. So that's your itinerary for today. Okay, Chris, I'm glad you were able to join. Those of you who are new to the live streams, welcome. I'm glad you're here. I love that we always have new people jumping in. It seems like I've done these live streams for a long time, but at the time and day that I do them doesn't always work for everybody. So, you know, it's fun to have new people in. Okay, so what else do I need to talk about? I should mention, you guys probably heard that Black Box Cages has closed their doors. They are no longer, which is unfortunate. If people didn't see my announcement on that, or people talking about it online, they had some health problems, specifically Clint's father, and it's making them go out of town a lot. And they couldn't, Clint didn't feel like he could keep the business open and keep being out of town. So unfortunately, they have closed. But they made good cages. It's a bummer. There's a lot of people who are asking when they, the comments on my announcement video, there's a lot of people asking, are they going to come back? I would say no. They're not planning to come back. They are closing their doors, and I think closing that chapter of their life. But they're doing a good job getting the last of the cages out to people. You know, they're not, it's not like a company that went out of business for financial reasons. And then so they, because that has happened with cage companies in the past, and then they screw everybody who's put in orders over the last few weeks. That's not the case with Black Box. They are getting, they're probably just finishing up right now with getting the last of the orders out. So that is, that's the status on that. I think those are all of the announcements that I needed to make. Other than, I will say, we're going to get into this genetics thing, and you guys can ask your questions in the chat, but keep in mind, especially for the new people, I don't see most of the chat. I can't talk and read at the same time. And some people can. I've seen people conduct live streams where they are actively reading the chat while they're talking. I am not that smart. So you can do what Azara Grimm did. This gets my attention, is to do a super chat. Thanks for that, Azara. Are you going to have a fancy new cage sponsor? Azara, I will talk about that possibility when we're ready for it. So I'm not ready to talk about that yet, but it's possible. It's possible. But that's a great example of a super chat. So the point is that if you have a question that you want me to answer, you can super chat it and I'll see it. But I don't want people to have to necessarily pay to have me see their answer and answer it. So just know that if you have a burning question about snakes that you need to know, just ask it in the chat, and one of the very experienced snake keepers that are in here watching this live stream will answer your question. If you want me specifically to answer it, super chat it, or if you have something to say that you want me to see, super chat it. But also know that I will be reading the chat tomorrow. I read through everything, so I will see your thing that you want to say to me. I just can't respond to it at that point. So that's the whole point. If you want me to see it, super chat it. That is that. And then occasionally I see stuff. So my whole point being that I'm going to talk about genetics here in a second. If you have other questions, throw it in the chat. I might see it. I'll try to sneak a glance over occasionally, but we're going to talk about a few things. And then we'll get to the regular Patreon stuff. Katie, thanks for the super chat. Thank you for the Lane Labs discount. Yeah, I'm glad that works out for people. Shipping frozen rodents is expensive, and because they have to, ship it in a good box, an insulated box, and then add that, what do you call it? I say dry ice, but it's something else. And it's expensive to do. It makes for a big, heavy box. So the expense just in shipping frozen rodents is crazy. So the discount is helpful to help cover that. And man, I'm telling you, Lane Labs, not just because they sponsor the channel, but they do have the best quality frozen rodents. They just look good. They don't smell. It's great. Slayer, thanks for the super chat. You plan to go to the Reptile Expo in Denver in October. I don't have plans to go to that one. I would like to try to make it to Tinley, but I don't even know. Oops, sorry about that. I don't even know if I'm going to make that. It's just going to depend on airline prices are super expensive right now because of the gas prices. So, Tara at Snake Treasures. Hi, Snake Guru, dude. I made one. Will you be in Pomona in July? I'm coming this time. Miss you. Yes, I will be there, Tara. I will give you the biggest hug because I'm pretty sure you'll give me the biggest hug. And that's great. Tara's a great hugger, you guys. That's cool. First of all, so glad that you finally made a live stream. And I'm looking forward to seeing you at Pomona. I will be there. Okay. So, did I say what I needed to say? You guys understand the deal about asking questions. Go ahead and ask them. Keep your eyes peeled on the chat because people will answer them. If you want me to answer it, super chat it. There we go. Okay, so basically, we're going to go through these questions that were submitted by Patreon, but we're going to start with the genetics ones so that we can have this little talk about genetics. So here we go. Tanya, who is in the chat right now, I believe, says, my eldest ball python, 7 years, was sold to me as a normal. I've always thought he was gorgeous, but nothing special. After seeing all your morphs, I got curious and wondered if there was more to him. So I got him shed tested. It came back het for Orange Dream and homozygous for Inchy. I looked it up, and that seems to mean that he should be a visual Inchy, but I don't think he is. Could you point out on yours, which with Inchy, what specifically that should look like? Okay, so we're going to talk about that, but there's a few things with this shed test that was interesting because what I wanted to do was point out on Tanya's snake what Inchy looks like and what Orange Dream looks like. So I had her send me pictures of the snake. And then I asked her for the shed test results because they didn't seem right. So let me show you what we're looking at here. So here is Tanya's snake right here. And so to me, at first glance, I went, yeah, that might be more of a normal snake. Maybe low expression Inchy. Doesn't look Orange Dream to me. So I contacted RGI. Tanya went through Morph Market, and RGI does the testing through Morph Market. And I ended up talking to Sean. We messaged back and forth about it. I said, hey, is it possible that you mixed up these tests and gave Tanya some other snakes results? Or could the sample have been contaminated or something like that? So he went back to Ben, who does this, who is the head of the science on this stuff. And Ben confirmed that those are the results. And they also looked at the picture. And so, and they said, this is not, oh, okay, hold on. Let me explain heterozygous and homozygous first. So this is important. We're going to back up and then I'll get back to this story. So, you know, we talk about het all the time. We talk about like het for sunset. Like this is a sunset ball python, not het for sunset. Her mom is het for sunset, meaning she has one copy of the gene, but she's not visual because this is a recessive gene. I'm going to explain all this so it's less confusing. Twyla has 2 copies of the gene, so she's visual. That happens with recessive genes. So in ball pythons, we talk about het all the time, but we only use it when we're talking about recessive genes because it tells us if we say something is het for whatever gene it is, that means they have the gene, but they're not showing it. And then if they have both genes and they're showing it, we just call them whatever the morph is. This is a sunset ball python or a visual sunset, means they have 2 copies of the gene. But in reality, with incomplete dominant recessive, dominant genes, all the genes, you can have a possibility of 0 genes, 1 gene, or 2 genes. And anytime you have 1 gene, that's considered het. So for instance, the inspector who's banana, he's technically het for banana. That's an incomplete dominant gene, banana, and incomplete dominant genes show up if you just have 1 copy of the gene. So he's technically het for banana. He's not a super banana. So that's another terminology that we use in the ball python world. We throw a super in there, but what that means in the science world is homozygous. It means they have 2 copies of the gene. So for a recessive gene, when you have 1 copy and then the gene doesn't visually show up, or you have 2 copies and then it does show up, we call that either het or whatever the name of the morph is. For the other non-recessive genes, those show up with 1 copy, and then with 2 copies it shows up also, and it usually does something different. We call that whatever the gene is if it has 1 copy, or super whatever the gene is if it has 2 copies. So we're making it confusing by not using the scientific terms. Okay, so Tanya's results were het for orange dream. That means it's an orange dream. We would just call that snake an orange dream. It's not a super. It's het, meaning 1 copy, right? And it's homozygous for inchy. So it's saying that in the hobbyist world, that means super inchy. It's got 2 copies of inchy. Okay, so this snake is not, now orange dream doesn't always show up well. It could be a very low expression orange dream, right? And it's definitely not a super inchy. Okay, the inchy, we see wide eye stripes here. Let me see if I have a better shot of the eye stripes. Nope. So we see right here, we've got some wide eye stripes. We don't have a lot of banding. Normally with inchy, you would see some, some of these alien heads would be banded. So this would be a very low expression inchy if it's inchy. Okay. So now let's get back to the story. So I talked to them and I was like, I don't think this is an inchy orange dream. And they got back to me. I'm putting Twyla back. So they took a look at it, and they're confident. First of all, they said it's definitely not a super inchy. It's not homozygous for inchy. It would be het for inchy, meaning it's got 1 copy. And they said, yes, it probably is it is a low expression inchy. And, orange dream doesn't always show. For instance, Freya, my calico, is orange dream. She doesn't have 1 orange scale on her body, but she produces awesome orange babies. So she is orange dream, but it doesn't show up. So with this snake, probably is orange dream, definitely not super inchy or homozygous for inchy, but it is inchy. So what he said, what he said when I talked to him is that a couple of things could have happened to make they don't have a problem with saying that that's an orange dream and an inchy. What the problem is that it said it was homozygous for inchy or 2 copies, and it's clearly not. So what he said could have happened is, number one, there could have been contamination of the shed, but that's incredibly rare. He said they set fire to their equipment every time they use it, meaning they sterilize with fire. And so it's very rare that they have contamination, but it's possible. It's more likely, though, that he explained it and it was confusing for me to understand. So I'm not going to try to explain it in the terms that he used. But essentially, when you're dealing with genetics and you do a genetics test, they're looking for certain markers for this gene, right? And occasionally there will be a gene that's not even necessarily has to do anything with morph. It could have to do with, how the eyes are formed, or how the tail is formed, or whatever. It doesn't matter. Any of the billions of genes that we have, or that snakes have, could be located in a similar spot, and the computer sees that and they mistake that for an inchy gene. he said that that kind of thing is why no genetics test in the world that has to do with any type of genetics, whether it's humans or snakes or anything, there's no genetics test that's 100% because of these billions of anomalous factors that could happen. So he said that it's very possible that happened on this one. It's pretty rare, but it does happen where the computer will see a different gene and think that it's the second ENCHI gene. So they call it homozygous for ENCHI. But what he said is that he's going to look at this tomorrow and they're going to rerun the shed. RGI keeps their sheds for 3 months just in case somebody has a question. And if you have a question, if you've done a shed test and you're questioning the results, they'll rerun it and not charge you for it. They have the shed, they can easily just rerun it. So anyway, Sean is going to rerun that test tomorrow, and Tanya, he will contact you if he comes up with something different than what the test showed. But if the computer did see that anomalous gene and call it an ENCHI, it'll do that again. So anyway, the point is, I hope that was understandable for people that really don't know much about genes at all. But the point is that this snake is clearly not a super ENCHI. It's not homozygous for ENCHI. It is low expression ENCHI. And so we see that in the eye stripes. We also see that, I don't have a close up that I can't go close up with this, but there is a bit of orange coming up the sides. And that wouldn't necessarily be Orange Dream. That's something that ENCHI does. We don't really see Orange Dream in this snake, but like I said, you can have a snake that's Orange Dream and not show it, especially if it's het for Orange Dream or just has the one copy. Some show it really beautifully and it's all over the snake and it's very clear that it's Orange Dream, and there are some that just don't show it. So if this snake is in fact ENCHI, Orange Dream, it's very low expression of both, and they're both beautiful. But I will also say, Tanya had this snake tested because she noticed that the alien heads are different, and there's some kind of crazy stuff going on with the alien heads. And she was told that it was a normal. And just so you know, a lot of people get normals and they see what a normal alien head is supposed to look like, and they'll see that many of those alien heads don't necessarily look like that. And so they think it's a morph. But one of the cool things about ball pythons, and especially normals, is that there's a huge variation of how those alien heads present and how that's the patterning on your snake presents, which it makes it even more confusing when you haven't seen a ton of different normals to understand that that's a normal, But the cool thing about genetics testing is you can always send a shed in and see what you got. It's interesting to know. But let me show you this. This is what a super ENCHI Orange Dream looks like. I pulled this off Morph Market. So that's what you're looking for. If it's super ENCHI, it's going to have very reduced pattern. You're going to see that banding. Here's another one. So even this, you've got, this is super ENCHI Orange Dream. Look at that head stamp versus that's more of a normal head stamp that you would see. Now look at this head stamp. How crazy is that, right? Now, maybe there's another gene in play in one of these, but the breeders are calling both of these super ENCHI Orange Dream. But super ENCHI creates very reduced pattern mixed with Orange Dream, which also reduces the pattern. And so that's what this snake would look like. We'd have way more banding and way more reduction of pattern if it was super ENCHI. So what we're seeing is low expression ENCHI and almost no expression Orange Dream on that snake. Super pretty snake, regardless of how much they express those particular morphs. Okay, so that's that one. Let me, okay, hang on. I saw Tanya's super chat. Let me just scroll up to see if, hang on. Okay, so Chris, sheds, there are a couple companies that do it. What we're talking about today is RGI, and you can order those through Morph Market. There's also a company called Phenome that I've been working with a little bit, and they're great. They're just direct. You just go to phenome.com and you can order a shed. But either way, order a shed test. Either way, when you order a test, regardless of who you order from, they'll give you an order number, and you basically collect the shed, make sure you dry it out, make sure it's dry and clean. And you just need a clip of a shed, like the size of a quarter. You could send the whole shed in, but just, clip off a little bit and put it in a baggie with your snake's name or ID number or whatever, your name and the order number. And then you send it to the company and they do their shed test. So, and they can, sex testing, all that kind of stuff. Monday's video talks about green tree python sex testing, which is a brand new test that just came out with Phenome. They're doing that now. So I will be talking about that in Monday's video. Okay. So Tanya, thanks for the super chat. Wow, that's really cool. He's a bit more colorful than the picture shows. Yeah, I mean, that's usually the case when you're taking pictures. I'm sure he looks better in person. But yeah, he's a really pretty snake, Tanya. Really cool. So, look for a message from Sean at RGI tomorrow. He'll, if he doesn't get anything different, he won't contact you. But if he does, he'll let you know. But he said that's how the companies learn. That's how they find out new things about genetics, is when they give somebody results and that person goes, hey, I don't think that this is quite right. Can you double check this? And then they start digging in. And sometimes it's not a simple answer of, oh, it was this just anomaly. Sometimes they find out that there's a crazy thing with that gene that we didn't know. So that's why they keep those sheds, just so that they can do this kind of thing. It's pretty cool. We've got a little bit more to talk about genetics, but let me get to this super chat. Helen, thanks for this. Or Helena. I'm guessing this is Helena. Thanks for the super chat. Everything about getting a blood python. Crisis Corpse, do you love that Helena asked this question? I have 5 snakes and I'm a huge fan of your content. Oh, thanks so much. I'm glad that you're a huge fan. So Crisis Corpse, who is probably in the chat right now, talks to me more than every live stream about getting a blood python. I probably won't. And the reason is I love blood pythons. I think they have some of the most beautiful natural patterning of any snake in the world. I think they're awesome. However, they do get huge, and I just don't have a ton of room for huge snakes. And if I'm getting a huge snake, I prefer longer and thinner. So I prefer the reticulated python body type or the carpet python body type versus this giant slug that, it's just huge. But it's not that I dislike them. It's that I have limited space and I prefer the semi-arboreal snakes, but they're real cool. And man, they're so beautiful. I do spend a lot of time at blood python tables, just looking at blood pythons and looking at those patterns. They're incredible. Candy, thanks for the super chat. Okay, in just the first 30 minutes, I've learned enough to super chat a thank you. You never disappoint, Bob. Oh, thanks, Candy. That's really nice. I'm glad that you learned from that one. Let's do this next one. Crisis. I didn't put her up to it, I swear. But there you go. We've talked about blood pythons. Crisis has a number of snakes, and one of them is a blood python, which they love. And I don't blame them. You know, blood pythons are great. I just don't have the room. So probably if I had lots of room, here's what I would do. If I had lots of room, I would try to have one of every python species that I could possibly have. That would be amazing, But also the reason why I don't have a Burmese python. Burmese get much bigger than blood pythons, but same reason. I don't feel like I need that big giant snake. They are a little bit longer than they're long and thick. Okay, so let's get to this next. There was another thing. Oh, somebody commented. So I put a short up saying that we were doing this. That I was going to be talking about genetics in the live stream, and somebody commented on that short. Finally, I get to know why they're called allelic genes when all alleles are genes. So I told them that I would that I would explain that. So, you know, we talk about allelic genes all the time, and I'm not going to go super deep into this, but basically, a chromosome, a gene, has two possible seats that they could sit on. Each morph. That's right. I think to say morph. Each gene for a morph has only two seats that they could sit on in the chromosome, right? So when we talk about orange dream and super orange dream, they're on the chromosome right here, and just imagine two little seats. You could have no genes taking up that seat, or you could have an orange dream gene taking up that seat, or an orange dream gene taking up two of those seats. That's it. So allelic genes, what that means is that they are a version of the gene. So when we talk about yellow belly and asphalt and gravel and whatever the other allelic genes to yellow belly are, there's a bunch of them. Those genes are all sort of versions of yellow belly, right? And they all sit only on those alleles. They can't sit anywhere else. So when you have, like, for instance, Kata, my Ivory, we call her Ivory, but Ivory is just a fancy name for saying super yellow belly. So she's all white because that's what super yellow belly does. She has a yellow belly gene sitting on both of those seats. So she couldn't be super yellow belly and also have an asphalt gene, because asphalt also sits on those seats. My girl Delilah, here, I'll get Delilah. Delilah has one copy of yellow belly sitting on those. She has one copy of yellow belly sitting on one of the seats, and one copy of asphalt sitting on the other seat. So the yellow belly seats are full, just one of yellow belly, one of asphalt. And that's what we call a freeway. Those are allelic genes. They're just versions of the same gene, and they sit on the same seat, basically. That's what that means. Okay. All right. So, we got that. Okay. There's one more question from someone else. Nano says, I'm trying to learn a little more about morphs and how certain genetics interact with each other. Right now, I'm focusing on ones that Selkie has as a starting point. That would be Nano's snake. The breeder tells me pastel inchy banana desert ghost, visual desert ghost, meaning homozygous desert ghost. That's a hang on. Okay, so pastel inchy banana, visual desert ghost, 2 copies of the gene. It shows up. Would you be able to explain which morphs would influence which part of the pattern and coloring on her? So I can give you a sense of what those morphs do. So let's talk about the easiest one. That's banana. Banana makes your snake yellow. Does some cool things with the coloring, especially when they're babies. It'll make some of the pattern purple and such like that. And oftentimes you'll get spots coming in on the snake as the snake grows. So that's what banana does. I'm going to, Alan, I'm going to get to the super chat in a minute after I go through this real quick. Pastel does some cool things. This girl is pastel. So you see her head stamp she's got this sort of lightning erasing thing. Now, pastel does different things in combination with different genetics, but it basically makes the snake lighter. It lightens them, and it gives them a very light head stamp in a lot of cases. What else do we say? Inchy? Yeah, pastel, inchy, banana, desert ghost. Inchy will reduce the pattern and give you some banding like we saw in this other snake. This is, you know, this one that I was showing. These ones are super inchy, but so this is an exaggerated version of what inchy does. But it also gives, look at the eye stripes on this snake. You see how wide the back of the eye stripes are? And then if we look on Tanya's snake also, not that picture, Well, you can see it on that one. Like the back of the head, I don't think you can see my mouse moving because I'm pointing at it, but I don't think you can see that. But if you see that stripe that goes, the lighter stripe that goes from the nose right through the eye all the way to the back, you see how that widens? That is a trait of Enchi, is that it widens. On a non-Enchi, it usually is just straight and it doesn't widen. And sometimes it widens enough that it goes way back onto the top of the head. So that's what Enchi does. And then Desert Ghost is one of the coolest genes that we have in ball pythons. I don't have it in any of my snakes, but what Desert Ghost does is it keeps the snake bright. And that's one that if you just look at a bunch of Desert Ghosts compared to non-Desert Ghosts, you'll be able to see it immediately. Keeps the snake bright. These snakes are really bright when they're babies, but then as they grow up, they dull out a little bit. Their colors change. And Desert Ghost basically keeps the snake from doling out. You know, they still change a bit, but they're bright and crisp the whole time. It's such a cool gene. So that's a recessive gene. That doesn't, if you have one copy of Desert Ghost, it doesn't show up. You need 2 copies for it to show. And it's real cool. So that's what those do. Okay, that is it right now for the, maybe it's not it. We'll see if anybody in the chat has genetics questions before I cut that. Okay, hang on. I gotta catch up on super chats real quick. Okay, Alan, thanks for the super chat. My wife Liz was terrified of snakes. Then we got one for my daughter, and now my wife loves them. We now have 3 snakes, and I think she wants a house snake. Please talk her out of it. That's fantastic. You know, that's the thing is, you know, a lot of times people are scared of snakes just because they haven't been around them. And the media that we see about snakes makes us scared of them. And then once you're around a sweet ball python or a sweet house snake or any species that shows you that they're not the way Indiana Jones portrays them to be, or Snakes on a Plane portrays them to be, you end up going, oh man, this is such a cool animal. So I get it. I support her getting a house snake. They're tiny. They're easy to care for. They don't take up a big cage. It's about the best snake that you could add. So Alan, I'm so sorry. It was so nice of you to super chat, but I cannot talk your wife out of it. I would prefer to talk her into it. I think it's a great choice. It's a great idea. And it's only a 4th snake. You already have 3. How much more work would a 4th be? This is, by the way, this is not the way you should think about things. I'm kind of kidding when I say this. I'm teasing Alan here, but this is how people end up with way more snakes than they can deal with, because it is an incremental, like it's so small. You go, what's just one more? What's just one more? And then all of a sudden you realize that you have 50 snakes, 100 snakes, and it's taking up a big portion of your life. So don't do that. But I still think that having 4 snakes and one of them being a house snake, no problem. You're just fine. You're so far away from 50 or 100 snakes, Alan, not even a problem. Okay, are you free roaming, young lady? Is that what's happening? Look at, by the way, let's check on Handsome Dan. There's Handsome Dan up there by Carol's cage. You can't really see Carol, I guess, but she's in there. She's going to be somewhere up at the top near her. She's going to be like, oh, whoops. She's going to be near her right there-ish. I don't want to put the spotlight on her, but she's up there in the corner somewhere. Or the laser, not the spotlight, the laser. But anyway, Handsome Dan's been here since early morning, and I don't like when he does this because I'm going to have to put him away before we feed, and it's going to be a pain. He's behind Carol's cage, and he's also wrapped into the wires of her lights, and it's just a pain to get him out from behind there. He's been doing that lately. It's annoying. But we'll deal with it. It's going to be a while before we have to deal with that. Okay. Crisis, thanks for the super chat. If you're in my area, I will introduce you to my blood. She is probably the nicest blood you'll ever meet. I'm obligated by law to mention blood pythons here, even if Bob isn't getting one. It's great, Crisis. I love that you're responsible for mentioning blood pythons. You know, that's the thing about blood pythons is when someone probably, Crisis, if someone meets your blood python and they've heard about them, they've just like heard about them online or something, they'd probably agree, oh my gosh, that's a socialized blood python. That's amazing. Because a lot of people are scared of blood pythons. They think that they're these crazy bitey snakes and they're really powerful. So you don't want to, like an adult, you don't want to get bit by because they're super strong and they have big mouths, you know. But it's just not really the case. If you work with your blood python, they're going to be socialized just like any ball python or anything else. You just have to work with them a little bit, you know, just like any snake. And these snakes get those reputations partially because, you know, for a long time, blood pythons weren't really popular as a pet snake, but they were popular to breeders. So breeders were breeding them and selling them to other breeders. And then when breeders have them, they just keep them in racks and they don't worry about it if the snake is socialized or not. They don't care. So if they don't socialize the snake, it's going to be very defensive because naturally a blood python is pretty defensive. And then also people would, this is kind of the same problem with like emerald tree boas and green tree pythons. If they're not socialized, they might be a little bitey. And pet keepers sometimes will get one as a pet and then become a little bit fearful of them. So they won't work with them. And then they are bitey because they're not worked with, you know. So, but the fact is that blood pythons can easily become just sweethearts. They're great. Kickney, thanks for the super chat. People in the chat is awesome and helpful. Yeah, they are. I haven't been reading the chat, but you're right. The folks in the chat are fantastic. Tanya, thanks for the super chat. Carol is Handsome Dan's pet spider now. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe Handsome Dan's going over there because he's decided that Carol is his spider. Maybe. Liz, thank you. Liz likes spiders. Thanks for the super chat. What size enclosures do you recommend for adult house snakes? I'm not the Liz from the other chat, but I'm also working on convincing my husband to get 2 Cape house snakes. So, oh, that's so funny. I thought that this snake was on my chair. I'm going to answer your question in a second. I thought Delilah was on my chair. I thought I could still feel her. You know, when you get phantom feelings, she had crawled behind me and I thought I felt her right on my lower back. But then I look on the ground and she's right down here. Hang on. Hey, will you let go of the table, please, lady? Oh, man, I do not want you going back there. Hang on. I got all kinds of problems now. Oh, my gosh. Okay. We're good. She tried to go behind the rack system, and that would have been a problem. Okay, sorry about that interruption. You guys are just talking amongst yourselves. Hang on a second. Where are we at? Okay, so okay, we're talking about adult house snake enclosure size. You know, adult house snakes get like 3 to 4 feet figure. And where did your comment go? I mean, it's in front here, but I can't. It doesn't matter anyway. Oh, it's right here. So they get 3 to 4 feet. You know, if you're housing them together, I would say they're smaller than a ball python. I would say at least a 4x2x2. You can house snakes together. I don't recommend housing ball pythons together, or there aren't many snakes that I would recommend housing together, but you can do it with house snakes. They seem to do okay in smaller enclosures, but that doesn't mean that you should, you know, I think you should give a snake as big of an enclosure as possible, but they do like to hide. So give them stuff that they can hide behind or in, hides, stuff like that. I find that my house snakes are hiding all day long. They come out in the evening and they're not doing a lot of roaming, but they do come out and cruise around a little bit, you know. So that's what I'll say. I don't have a measurement that I want to give you because it depends on what you're doing. I like the idea of giving them as much room as you can, you know. But you can even house 2 males together and they don't fight apparently. And so, you know, I'd put a couple of them in a 4x2x2, probably something like that. Okay. I'm going to put this girl back in a minute. All right. She's just on my chair right now, so that's fine. Did we finish? I think we finished the genetics portion of this. I didn't see any other questions about genetics. There probably is some, and I'm going to kick myself tomorrow when I read it and see that I didn't see any other questions about genetics. If you had a question that you asked and I didn't see it, ask it right now, and I'll just look at the chat for a second. Okay. I'm going to go to the regular. I'm going to go to the regular Patreon questions. Oh, this is something. Turtle Tower of Life has asked me this question a couple times on videos, and I've said put that in the make that a question. I didn't know if Turtle Tower of Life was on Patreon or not, but the fact that I saw this, because I never see these. Okay, so they're saying between your acting/comedy career and Green Room Pythons, which do you think brought you the most fame, and which do you think should have, and biggest regret from each? Which is that, you know, that's like, I don't look at things like that. Like I definitely don't have a regret from either one. Like I've done fun things in my life, and I've enjoyed the stuff that I do. I would love to have more acting roles. It's kind of, it's dried up quite a bit. I mean, I still audition occasionally, but production has moved out of Los Angeles for a lot of things, and so I haven't booked a TV show in a long time, or a movie in a long time. The last movie I did was a couple years ago. But yeah, and fame, I'm not too concerned about either. There's, you know, Green Room Pythons, I don't consider myself famous, although if I go to a reptile show, I do meet and greets, and it feels like fame just because there's a concentration of people that watch the channel at those spots. But if someone comes up to me at the airport and recognizes me from Green Room Pythons, I'm shocked. You know, because this really is a very niche hobby, right? It's not something that everybody does. And most people are shocked to find out that it's a hobby, right? So that's not really fame. And like, you know, there were times where, you know, there was a time where I was doing a lot of like kids shows, Disney and Nickelodeon shows. And so I remember when I was on the second season of Hannah Montana. And when that episode ran, kids would watch the same episode 100 times. And so they would see me in the couple of scenes that I had on that, in that one episode of Hannah Montana. And if they saw me out on the street, it would be a big deal. So there was a time where I had kids coming up to me, or parents of kids coming up to me, saying that they recognize me. And that feels a little bit like fame, but still it's not, because you know, it's such a niche, it's kids shows, you know, it's such a niche audience. So fame is kind of a fake thing anyway, but I would say neither one of them have brought actual fame, which is probably a good thing. You know, it's not something that I'm necessarily looking for. But I'm glad you were finally able to ask that question. Okay. Nano, thanks for the super chat. Nano at me. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you a ton. The explanation was great. I'm obviously biased, but I can't get over how pretty Selkie is color-wise. So this combo fascinated me. Yeah, I'm sure that snake is very pretty, especially with Desert Ghost. And it's going to grow up and remain pretty because it's Desert Ghost. You know, that's really cool. Chris, thanks for the super chat. Did you have a question to go along with that? but thanks for it. Silver Phoenix is asking, I've heard there's a lot of genes in ball pythons that have health issues, like spider having neurological issue. What other morphs with health issues? There's not a lot, Silver. There are a lot of genes. There are a lot of genes in ball pythons, and the vast majority are just fine. The spider morph and the genes that are allelic with spiders, some of them have issues, especially if you double them up, will have an issue. For instance, spot nose is allelic with spider. I believe that's one that's allelic with spider. No problem on its own, but when you double them up, it causes a wobble. And spider is known to cause a wobble just by itself, and that's the one that you hear about all the time because that's the main one that there's a problem with. But there are other, there are combos that create problems. There's combos that will create bug eyes, stuff like that. But it's actually super rare. There's only a small handful of genes that do that with other combos, and spider is really the only gene that we have now that causes a problem in the single gene form. There was what was that ghost gene called? Not desert ghost. There was I think it was a form of hypo that nobody's breeding anymore because it was just super problematic a long time ago, but I can't remember what it was. It was just desert. It was just the desert gene, I think is what it was called. And that was just very problematic. But yeah, there's not a lot. It's not something you have to worry about too much. It's good to know what genetics you're getting, and it's good to know. It's good to ask the breeder. If you don't know, you can ask the breeder, do any of these genes cause problems? And is there have you noticed any problems with my snake? Everybody calls it a neurological problem, this wobble. It's not neurological, but it doesn't really matter because everybody knows what you're talking about. It's like when somebody says a snake is poisonous versus venomous. It doesn't matter that they're using the wrong terminology. We know what they're talking about, So same thing with neurological. It's not. It's a deformation of the essentially the inner ear, even though snakes don't have ears. But it's a deformation that causes a balance problem. It's not neurological. Doesn't matter though. We all know what you're talking about. Okay. Let me catch up on these super chats, and then we haven't even started with. Oh no, we did. No, we haven't even started yet with the non-morph Patreon questions. That's okay. Tara, thanks for this super chat. You're too approachable to be famous. Thanks. I've met some famous people that are very approachable. Adam Sandler, very approachable. There's a lot of people that are super approachable, folks. But thank you. I'm definitely not famous. And I hope that I'm approachable. It always shocks me when people, I always hear after reptile shows, people go, I saw you, but I was too nervous to come say hi. Come say hi. I'm approachable. I probably don't look as approachable when I'm at a reptile show because I'm filming, but it's okay to interrupt me when I'm filming. Like, it doesn't matter. It's not that big of a deal. And I'm also not filming all the time. I'll film a clip and then stop. Like I'll say something on camera real quick and then stop. So there's always time to come say hi. I think of those as meet and greets, like an all-day meet and greet, and it's super fun to do. So just know that I am approachable, even though, and I might not have a big smile on my face all the time, and maybe I look intimidating. I don't know. I don't want to look intimidating, but maybe I have a resting B word face. God, I saw the funniest bit online today where this guy was talking about his bike and he called it a B word. he goes, let me tell you about the power in this B word. It's so funny. Anyway, Kalanya, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. How do you know when to increase rat size? We have 1,130 gram, 2.5-year-old ball python. Thanks for the morph breakdown. Yeah. So you're probably feeding that snake mediums. If you're not, you can, and then you don't have to increase after that. so you're good. Your snake is now. If that's a female, if it's a male, you just keep feeding him smalls every 2 weeks. You know, you've got basically you have an adult snake. A female will take mediums. Delilah here eats medium rats every 2 weeks, and her male counterparts eat smalls every 2 weeks. Delilah is problematic right now. I thought she was going to lay eggs a long time ago, and she hasn't yet, and she's still off food. So we got to figure out what's going on with her because I rarely have snakes that are off food unless they're in breeding season, and she's not gravid. I thought she was. I think she may have reabsorbed follicles or something like that, but we got to get her back on food. She's fine. I'm not too worried about it because her body condition is fine. She's just not being much of an eater lately. Mayor Muse, thanks for the super chat. Spot nose with no nose spot. What are spot nose traits? I'll show you. Hang on. We'll put this one back. And so spot nose is a pattern changer. I think there's probably also a bit of color that happens with spot nose. I hope you can hear me as I'm just yelling at the microphone right now. Hang on, talk amongst yourselves. So one cool thing that happens with spot nose, this is Ron, and we don't see Ron enough on the channel, but Ron is a great guy, and he's usually not in a ball. He's literally, I never see adults in a ball, but I picked him up like this. He was in his hide. I just wanted to grab him real quick. He's clearly sleeping. Hey, can we show your head, buddy? Where'd your head go? I've never seen Ron in a ball. Like the ball python ball is a thing that babies do. Come here, pal. So Ron has a couple other things going on, but the spot nose. Hi, pal. Can you wake up for a second? Look at this head stamp. See how it's a perfect guitar? So that type of head stamp is a thing for spot nose. Also, he's got a mustache. It's a light mustache, but let me see if I can get him to, I don't know if you can see that on the very front of his nose. I don't know if I think that's common with spot nose, but the head stamp definitely is. And he almost looks calico, but he's not. That's actually from Asphalt. This lighter color is spot nose and Asphalt doing that also. And the pattern going down his spine, this broken pattern, is spot nose. There's probably some other stuff that a spot nose expert could add to the chat. But that's what's going on. That's what's going on with Ronald. We'll leave him out for a little bit. He just ate yesterday, but he's okay, I think. Poor guy. He was so sleeping when I pulled him out. Okay. Oh, we got several more super chats. Hang on. Everything's going crazy. Here we go. Mothmoz 2, thanks for the super chat. Hi. I've seen a little discussion on this, so I wanted to ask, is there a difference between the butter and lesser morphs? Banana butter is my favorite combo. Same. It's like Coral Glow and banana. People might call them different lines of the same gene, but when you get I don't have butter or lesser, so I haven't been paying attention to the developments in that. I don't know if there's been any gene testing done or anything, but my feeling with Coral Glow and banana is that it's the same gene. And if you are used to Coral Glow, in the snakes that you breed and you happen to buy a banana, you're probably just going to call it Coral Glow and vice versa. So we don't even know if the lines have stayed the same lines. And again, I also haven't been paying attention much to the genetic testing. If they've done tests on banana and Coral Glow, maybe they have, but those are essentially the same gene. Crisis. That's so nice of you to say. Bob is one of the nicest people I've met. Look, I can try to be nice. I can try really hard to be nice for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes when I meet someone. You know, you'll think I'm really nice. Let's go back to this camera view. That's nice of you to say, Crisis Corpse. I appreciate that. Embolus 023, thanks for the super chat. I have a 3 and 5 year old little people. Would a Western hognose and ball python be too much to start with? No, you do it as long as you understand what they need for their care. They're super easy. I mean, snakes are the easiest things to take care of. You know, I tell people all the time that the 40 some snakes that I have in this room, I have less than 50, you know, but they require less care than a dog. You know, like I go through and I check on all of them and I spot clean every morning and I feed who needs to be fed when I feed them, you know, but it's less care than a dog. So 2 snakes is really nothing. As long as you understand what they need. You've got to understand what they need, you know. And once you have that understanding, it's very easy. Nay, no, it's not me. This is such a nice super chat. I appreciate it. You've super chatted several times. Just Nano is fine. Okay, cool. All right, Nano. I do have a weakness to specific colors. I absolutely adore Spider, Lily. Oh, Tiger Lily and her son, I think is what you're talking about. Yes, Tiger Lily and her boy Raja are incredible. I'll show you guys those in a second. Out of curiosity, what morphs would you pair with the ones Selkie has? Pastel, Banana, Enchi, Desert Ghost. So what I would do is you want to produce more Desert Ghost. That's going to be your number one. So you want to pair that snake with something that's at least het for Desert Ghost. If you pair with a het Desert Ghost, 50% of your clutch will be visual Desert Ghosts. If you pair with a visual Desert Ghost, then every baby will be Desert Ghosts. So that's your first that you want to do. And then, you know, banana, half your clutch is going to be bananas regardless. So that's cool. Don't pair with another banana because you don't need that much. You don't need super bananas. Enchi does a cool thing. Pastel is cool with some genes and it's not as cool with other genes. So what I would do is I would get either a visual or a het Desert Ghost, and then maybe get some genetics that you think look cool that's not pastel, Enchi, or banana. And it doesn't have to be, it might be just one other incomplete dominant gene, you know, just something that you think looks cool. And then you've got basically 4 incomplete dominant genes plus your Desert Ghost, you know, your recessive gene. So that's what I would do. Quinn, thanks for the super chat. Do you have a question to go with that? But thanks for that. Let me see if, oh yeah, I see it. I have a female pastel axanthic. What would be, in your opinion, the best morph to breed her with for more vibrant colors? So pastel works. So pastel, axanthic is the best genetics to put with pastel and vice versa, in my opinion. It's so cool. Look at Ron. He got on the chair and then he turned around and came back to the hat, which is really fun that he made that choice, because he could have just gone to the ground and been like, yeah, I'm escaping. But he turned around and came back to the hat. So you've already started off really nice with a pastel axanthic. Pastel axanthic is better than regular axanthic. And that doesn't always happen with pastel. There's a lot of genes that if you add pastel, it makes it worse, you know? So you're already starting off just fine. I don't know how to answer the question. Just because I haven't, even though I have pastel axanthic and I am breeding Anya. I haven't noticed what else works really well with it. But the cool thing about axanthic is it basically makes them black and white. And as they grow, they're sepia toned. They get a little bit more brown in. But so what you want is pattern changers. You don't necessarily need like vibrant colors because the axanthic is going to take away the vibrant colors. So Orange Dream wouldn't necessarily be a great choice to add into axanthic. You want something that's a good pattern changer, you know. So think about that. Look into morphs that change the patterns. Okay. So I think I was going to put Ron back, but he's doing so well on the hat now that we'll leave him here. Okay, I'm going to get to these Patreon questions. These are non-morph Patreon questions now. Okay, starting with Red Sonia, who is in the chat, I believe. Oh, she's leaving right now? Sonia, don't leave. I'm answering your question literally right now. Don't leave for the night yet. She's just saying good night right as I'm reading her question. Okay, this is an interesting question too. Red Sonia says water snakes. I can never tell if it's venomous or non-venomous. I know it's a water snake when I see it, but beyond that, I'm clueless. Can you help a sister out? So what she's talking about, Red Sonia lives in Georgia. So what she's talking about is the water snakes in Georgia, which I think are the Nerodia species, and versus a water moccasin or a cottonmouth. And they look, the Nerodia water, you know, there's a ton of different water snakes, but the Nerodia are the specific ones that look like cottonmouths. And they are hard to tell. You know, when I'm herping in Florida, I never run up on a water snake because I'm not used to seeing them. This is one of those snakes that you have to just be used to seeing them a lot. I'll tell you some ways that you can tell. But basically, you get to the point where you see them a lot, and eventually you can just look at it and tell the difference. But these things are, you know, they're mimics basically. The water snakes, I think, evolved to mimic the cottonmouth, and they look very much alike. In fact, you know, one of the ways you can tell is a water snake has a narrow head, and a cottonmouth has a triangular head because they have the venom glands, right? So they have a fatter triangular head. However, a water snake can flatten their head and make it triangular looking, which is mimicking the cottonmouth. Another way to tell is if you walk up on them and they gape, they open their mouth. That's a thing that cottonmouths do as a defense mechanism. They'll stand their ground and gape, whereas a water snake will jump in the water and run off. So when I'm in Florida, that's how I know that I was just looking at a water snake, is if I take a few steps forward, they dart into the water. When they're babies, they're much easier to tell because baby cottonmouths have a caudal lure. Their tail is a caudal lure, which means that it's a little bit different color. It's white, and I think it can also be greenish color, but it's very light color. And they wiggle it around so they can attract like a little frog or something like that, maybe a little lizard that they can eat. And so you can just look at the tail of the baby ones, but once they get past that juvenile stage, they don't have the light tail anymore. Makes it difficult. The other thing is they both have keeled scales. So they both kind of look rough. They look a little bit the same. The patterns are a little bit the same. I understand why it's difficult for you, Red Sonia, but you know, if you get close enough to their face, the water snakes have vertical bars on their lips, which is something that cottonmouths don't have. Cottonmouths have an eye stripe that makes them look like a burglar. It looks like they're wearing a burglar mask, but water snakes can also have that. So it's really tough. Don't go picking up one of those snakes. You know, I'm not used to seeing them enough to be able to make a split-second decision I'd love to just grab a water snake in cottonmouth country, but I'm not going to do it because I could make the wrong choice. So this is the same as, you know, these mimic snakes. For those who don't know, this is why like milk snakes and king snakes are often banded red, yellow, and black, because that mimics a venomous coral snake, and it tells predators to not mess with them. So these water snakes have developed a mimic to the venomous cottonmouths. Getting him off my hat for a second, so that predators don't mess with them. And me being, I'm not really a predator, but I'm wanting to pick them up in Florida. I'm not going to, because of the mimic. You know, it could be dangerous. So it's a very effective way of keeping me from picking them up, as well as things that might actually hurt them, you know. Oh, this is interesting, Candy. I didn't know this. Scales. Water snakes have more elongated scales like a rice grain. Cottonmouth scales are diamond shaped, equal in length on all sides. Oh, I'm going to have to look at pictures. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Okay. So I'm going to, hang on a second. Let me just make sure that I'm caught up here. I think I am. Okay. So Red Sonia, I'm glad you hadn't logged off before I answered your question. Great. Okay. So I'm going to put Ron back now that he's back onto the chair. You know what? I'm taking my ears out. You guys will tell me if we end up with a sound problem. Not that I can ever fix a sound problem, but actually we've been doing good. I have a new system. For my live streams, and I feel like we've been doing good, knock on wood. The last several, we haven't had sound problems, but I'm not going to monitor them anymore, or monitor the sound anymore. Okay, I'm going to grab these 2 super chats in a second. I'm putting Ron away. And then, as promised, we were going to pull out Tiger Lily and her son. Okay. You guys are chatting amongst yourselves. We got Raja. We got Tiger Lily. Okay. Here's Tiger Lily. Let's put her down. Here's Raja. So, you know, I would say that Tiger Lily, when she was Raja's age and size, she didn't look like him. He's got a different pattern than her because he has slightly different genetics. But she was as bright and stunning. But then, you know, ball pythons tend to, they change as they grow. So her yellow, she's not as yellow. And then she's developed these brown spots. We call that like a dirty, like dirtiness, but we don't mean it like dirty, like bad, but it just seems like she's got some brown spots in her yellow, but she used to be way brighter. But the calico in her has come up the sides, which is absolutely stunning. Her expression of calico is so crazy. Let me see if I can get the, oh, you know what? Let me switch cameras. There we go. This is a better camera for this. So calico is an interesting gene. It doesn't, you know, her mom is a very high expression calico, but that doesn't mean that she'll necessarily be a high expression. That calico just shows up the way it wants to show up. And so Tiger Lily happened to have a nice high expression with it. Same with Raja. He's a nice high expression. But that doesn't always happen with calico. We've just gotten lucky with a lot of Freya's babies. So we talk about Tiger Lily in next week's video, spoiler alert, but you know what? You don't need to both be on my hat. But she came from the first clutch. For those who don't know, Tiger Lily hatched out of the first clutch of ball pythons that ever hatched in the green room. And I kept 2 of those snakes, and I have them both. And then she's now a mom, and then she'll be a mom again this season, which is very exciting. So I'm not going to have her out long. She's developing follicles. She actually she ovulated last week. What an ovulation looks like in a ball python is it looks like they swallowed a football. And I usually miss it. I don't always see it, but I happened to notice it on her. I lifted up her hide and I was like, wow, you've got a huge belly. Looks like they swallowed a football for about 24 hours. And then they go back down, but they're still pretty thick. But what that means is that the follicles that they were developing have now turned into eggs, whether they're fertile eggs or non-fertile eggs. Regardless, they're eggs. She's going to lay something. So that's pretty cool. That happened last week. But she's not nesting yet. She likes this. I mean, maybe this is her nesting, is being in here, but usually they go to their warm side and sit in their warm side hide and pretty much don't move until they lay eggs. She hasn't really done that, but that's okay. They do different things sometimes. Okay. All right. Leah St. Clair says, excited for your trip? Yes, I am. We'll talk about details of that trip probably in the next live stream. Can we please see Pip? Yes, we can see Pip. I bet I could get her out. Tiger Lily's doing her best to try to get on the hat. She hasn't figured out how to get out from under it yet to get on top of it. Okay, so don't let me forget, you guys. Pip is on the docket. Desi Boy says, which hat has been the best snake hat so far? I have one that is by far the best snake hat. It's not this one. This one might be my favorite hat to wear just because it's a funky cowboy hat. The one that's the best snake hat is this one. And if you're trying to get a hat specifically for snakes, get one with a stiff brim. This brim is so stiff that my heaviest snakes can crawl on it and wrap around, and it won't drop the brim. So that's the best snake hat. It's not my favorite as far as style. I feel like it makes me look like an Amish person, but it's all right. It's fine. Great for snakes. Moth says, Echo looks super iridescent in your last 1 minute update. On Patreon, I do 1 minute updates once a week to tell what's happening in the green room. It's just a little extra content. They always last about 3 minutes, but it's called a 1 minute update. Anyway, Moth says, Echo looks super iridescent in your last 1 minute update. Why is that? Is it because she's in shed, or has she always had that level of iridescence to her? I'm going to show you what Moth is talking about. I took a screenshot from that video. It's this. So she does look very iridescent, and she is in shed in this video. But I think it's just the way the light is hitting her. I've never really thought about it whether, look at this calico. Look how crazy that is on Raja. Isn't that amazing? Anyway, I've never thought about whether being in shed affects a snake's iridescence, because I've never really taken them outside when they're in shed, you know, with the retics or the scrub python, which are my most iridescent snakes. Raj, you're okay, buddy. Okay. I accidentally touched his nose. Anyway, there, yeah, I mean, you can see the iridescence right there on her coils, kind of in the front on the right-hand side. And it's just the way the light is hitting. Indoor lights don't show iridescence nearly as well as sunlight does, but it still shows it pretty well. My guess is that being in shed would affect iridescence negatively, but not necessarily. I don't know. Okay. I got My phone's dinging because I forgot to turn it off, or not turn it off, but drop the volume. That's what we're doing. We're getting rid of the volume so we're not getting dings. Okay. Crisis, thanks for the super chat. Hang on, let me just check to make sure I haven't been. Oh, I do have. I got to catch up on super chats. Hang on, you guys. Don't worry, I'm not missing super chats. Okay, here we go. Quartz Adventures, thanks for the super chat. I'm trying to decide what female to get for my inchy pinstripe pied male, thinking something with Orange Dream, but what other morph would you recommend? Inchy pinstripe pied. Well, you need to, so pied is a recessive gene, so you need to have something that's at least, that's your most important one. You want to make other pieds. So you need something that's at least pied, or I mean, at least het for pied, or preferably a visual pied, so that every baby they make is going to be a pied. That's your most important one. And then whatever other incomplete dominant or dominant genes you like, Orange Dream's a great choice. Would add to that. So 50% of your snakes are going to be enchy, 50% are going to be pinstripe, and then let's say you get a male that's a visual pied, right? So every baby is going to be pied. So the one thing that's going to affect pied the most is your inchy gene. So half of those babies that come out are going to be low expression pied, and then the other babies that don't have inchy are going to be whatever expression they, middle expression or high expression, whatever. But inchy brings pattern back into pied. So I have a snake, Captain Farrell, that I'm not going to show you because he's in shed right now, but he is an inchy pied with some other stuff, but he only has the pied markings on his tail, basically, and kind of on his belly because he's inchy, and it brings that back in. So just know that. But your most important one is inchy for that. Okay. Pudgy Hedgy, thanks for the super chat. I actually had 2 cottonmouth encounters myself. That's cool. There are a number of people, especially that live in the South and in cottonmouth territory, that talk about cottonmouth experiences. There's a lot of people who swear that they've been chased by a cottonmouth. And I don't think they're making it up. I think that something happened where a snake came towards them. But cottonmouths are famous for chasing people. People say it all the time that they were chased by a cottonmouth. And cottonmouths don't. There's no snake in the world that chases you. The only snake that will, once provoked, is a black mamba. A mamba is very aggressive with the defense. Basically, once they don't like strike and run, they strike and keep going after you. So, but that's once provoked. There's no other snake that does that. And a cottonmouth, people always say, they go, I swear to God, I was chased by a cottonmouth. It happened 3 times to me. What that usually is that cottonmouths don't have great eyesight, and they see movement, and they're on the banks. They're not in the water. Nobody's chasing you from in the water, right? So they're on the banks of the water, and somebody's walking along the water. The cottonmouth that's over here, the water's over here, the cottonmouth is here. They see movement, and it startles them, so they want to get to their safe spot, which is the water. And these are also called water moccasins, by the way, cottonmouths. And so they go towards the water, and the person thinks that they're chasing them because they're scared of snakes. So they think that because they're scared of them, they think that a snake would attack a person. But if you think about it, we are 50 to 100 times bigger than a snake. No snake ever wants to attack a monster that big. Their snakes are not that dumb. So what they're doing, though, they are dumb enough to not understand that they're going towards the thing that scared them. But they're just trying to get to the water, the safe space. So I always tell people that just because you ran doesn't mean that you were being chased. That's just not what happens. So, but they love to stick to their story because it's a great story that a snake chased them. They don't want to hear that the snake wasn't chasing them and they were just a coward. You know what I mean? But anyway, so Pudgy wasn't saying that they were being chased by a snake. That I just went on that tangent myself. But yeah, pretty common to have those cottonmouth encounters in those areas. I've only encountered them when I'm looking for snakes in Florida because I don't live in an area where we have cottonmouths. April, thanks for the super sticker. I will see what that sticker is when I'm looking at the chat tomorrow. When I'm reading the chat, let me know if you have a question that goes with that. You did say my favorite snakes. I assume you're talking about the cottonmouths, but maybe something else. Okay, Crisis, thanks for the super chat. My IMG's iridescence goes way down when he's in blue. Okay, that's interesting to know. That's probably what happens across the board with snakes then. I just haven't noticed it at all, but I bet that's just what happens across the board. But if the light's hitting them, they're still going to have some iridescence like Echo did. So this, just an update on the snakes. I have Tiger Lily right. Oh, you can't. The mic's in the way. Tiger Lily's there. I'm just squishing her. She's very comfortable when I did this in the last live stream. I just squished her behind my back. She likes it. It's hard to know what snakes actually like when we say they like something, but if I'm doing something and they sit there and let me do it, I call that a like, you know. And I'm saying that Raja likes to crawl around my hat right now because he hasn't made much of an attempt to leave the hat. Okay. Snake Treasures, thanks for the super chat. You accidentally booped his snoot. I did, yes. Oh, so we're way back there. This tells me how far behind in the chat I am. So clearly this other comment that it's their favorite snake, I was not talking about cottonmouths at that time. Yes, I did accidentally boop Raja's snoot, which is not something that I like to do. Now, if I boop his snoot while he's tongue flicking on me and he knows that I'm there, it doesn't bother him. But if you surprise them by touching their head, that's when it's a problem. This is how I get head shy snakes not head shy. Like, I've never done it with Raja, so he probably still would be head shy. But if I start on the neck, not like far down the neck, and then bring my hand up to his head, he knows it's coming, and it doesn't surprise him. I'm actually doing it right now, but you can't see it. It doesn't surprise them. So it gets them desensitized to a head touch. I'm not going touch, touch, touch. I'm sliding my hand down and then desensitizing their head. Okay, we've caught up on super chats. Now I'm going to go back to, don't let me forget, you guys, when I put these snakes back that we want to show Pip. Or Squeak also. He might be out. But Leo was asking for Pip. Okay, Desi Boy asked the thing about the snake hat. We talked about that. Moth asked the okay, hang on. I'm getting... let's see. Okay, so Cypher 70 says that they are... Basically, they're getting it's a long comment, but I'm paraphrasing. They're getting a Tarahumara boa, which is a great choice. I have his enclosure on the way, was trying for a black box, but was too late to get one. So I got an Apex. That's a great choice. Apex makes incredible cages. I have an 80-watt radiant heat panel and a Herpstat 1 thermostat. Great. I also ordered a sensor lock for the probe. Great choice. Could you show me the proper placement for the RHP and the probe? I've looked it up and everyone says something different. Yeah, that's because it's kind of up to you what you want to do. The fact is that the probe just needs to be somewhere under the radiant heat panel, right? So if you have a, hang on. Let me show you on Maya's cage. Hang on a second. Set the camera. can see what I'm talking about here. Okay, so there we go. So in Maya's cage, we've got the radiant heat panel right here on one side, right? My probe is sitting right here, and it's on a sensor lock, so you can just see it sticking out. But I could also have it on the side of the cage. You know, I could have it over here on the side if I wanted to, but I just put them on the back. So whether it's on the back or the side, you know, go halfway up. It doesn't really matter. You could have it closer to the substrate if you want to, you know, whatever. It doesn't really matter. The fact is that your probe is only going to tell you what the temperature is on the probe. So I talk about these in the care guides a lot, because this is a concept that a lot of people don't understand, that your probe just measures the temperature right there at that spot. So what you have to do is take a temp gun and measure your temperature where the snake sits, and then figure out what your probe temp needs to be to make it 90 degrees or 88 or whatever temp you want it to be for that species of snake. You know what I mean? So so your probe placement just has to be under your radiant heat panel somewhere, whether it's on the side or the back or whatever. It doesn't really matter. I think halfway up the cage is generally a good spot, you know. Okay. I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do is put these snakes back, since I'm kind of wrestling with them right now. I know Tiger Lily would like to probably just sit. She's got eggs in her belly. Raja. Okay. All right. So I answered that. Now we're going to catch up on super chats. You guys are bringing the heat with the super chats. Oh, I'm going to hang on. I'm going to close Maya's cage. Because why would I leave that open? All right. Closing Maya's cage. We are showing you Echo right now, who's just being a real pretty lady. And I'm getting to the next super chat while we look at Echo. Echo's getting some food tonight. If you stick around a while, I'll be feeding later on in the evening. Deborah, thanks for the super chat. Let me know if you have a question to go along with that. I'll try to look for your question if you have it. In the meantime, Zepmaster, thanks for the super chat. My beef stew just came off the grill. Smells good. And yes, I had to super chat about it. It is going to be that good. I like that you grill soup or stew. I guess we're going to call it stew, Zep. But look, from the photo on your icon, you look like a stew grilling guy. And really, you've got a very similar look to me. You got a cool hat, you got a beard. I've never grilled stew, but it's something that I would totally be into if it came up. So I get it. I bet it's delicious. Deborah, you super chatted again. Thanks for that. What's the difference in a normal and a Russo ball python? Russo is a gene that's allelic with that's the blue-eyed Lucy complex. So Russo with Mojave and with the others that are the great blue-eyed Lucy that I can't think of, but I can't tell you. I don't have Russo, and I have not looked into that recently enough to be able to tell you what Russo looks like. But here's what you do. Here's how you find that out. Is you go to Morph Market, and when you go to Morph Market, you can, on the left-hand side of the page, there's all kinds of ways that you can play with your search. So you go to ball pythons, and then you search for, you can select for just one gene. You plug in Russo, make sure you click on it. So it's showing Russo, but it's going to show every snake that has Russo in it. So what you want is just to select the single gene. So say that you want to max out at one gene. So it's only going to show you single gene Russos. And then you go down to where it says for sale. I think it says for sale. And then you have all these options of for sale, sold, archived, maybe. Hit all. So it's everything that's for sale or sold, anything that's ever been on the site, they're going to show you. And that's where you'll find a bunch of examples of what you're looking for, gene combos, anything. So that's what you do for Russo. Oh my gosh, we got all these super chats. Colt Haley, thanks for the super chat. Let me know if you have a question to go with it. I appreciate though. Loretta, thanks for the super chat. What time of day is best to socialize a very shy 6 months old ball python? You know, their ball pythons are up early morning and in the evening generally. So it's good to catch them when they're awake if you're going to do socialization techniques. If you're just pulling them out of their hide to hold them, you can do that in the middle of the day because you're waking them up anyway, right? So it doesn't really matter. But I don't recommend doing that often, maybe once a week or twice a week for that kind of socialization. But the better way to do it, and it's slower, but it's more effective, is to catch them out of their hide and just sit there with them. Don't touch them. You know, let them see you working around, and you can just fiddle with your hand in their cage a little bit. You don't have to actually do stuff. But if you want to change their water or whatever, let them see you, let them experience the big scary hand that doesn't actually hurt them, you know. And that will have you, they're only going to be able to do that when they're up and moving around, you know. And if you have, especially if it's a young snake, it might be in its hide most of the time. You may not see that activity from them very much right now. Crisis. You need something in the Bell complex. Yes, like Mojave or any of those that are in the blue-eyed Lucy complex. That is what Russo is part of. And there are different combos that make more of a completely white snake, or there are some that make a white snake with a brown, or not a brown stripe, but just a stripe down their back. And I can't tell you what those are because I don't work with those, so I don't have them right in the front of my brain. So just so everyone knows, I'm not a morph guy. I say this a lot, but I did start off this live stream talking about genetics because it's fascinating to me, but I am definitely not a ball python morph expert. So I get a lot of messages from people asking me to identify their snakes. I am not your guy to do that. I know a bit about the snakes that I work with, but other than that, I'm not your guy to ID stuff. So just so everyone knows. Colt Haley, thanks for the super chat again. Do BCI boas stay in their hides just as much as ball pythons? Yeah, a lot of times they do. It kind of depends on how you socialize them, and that's with both species. But they do tend to stay in their hides. What's all over my shirt? They're hiders. They are also crepuscular snakes, and in the wild, they go under the leaf litter and they sit. They're always hiding. They're like under a log or under leaf litter with just their head up, stuff like that. Tara is asking for Pip. I love that idea. You guys, I'm going to, and then there's a couple other super chats. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick, and then I'm going to get Pip. So what that means is that you guys talk amongst yourselves for a minute. And I'll be right back. Okay. And we'll get to those super chats. I promise. Okay. Hang on. Hi, I'm back. I hope you guys enjoyed talking amongst yourselves. I'm going to grab Pip. I am going to grab Pip, but I'm going to tell you this. I have rodents in plastic bags floating in the bathtub, and I don't usually do that. You only need to put frozen things in water if you need them to quickly thaw. I got these rodents out middle of the afternoon today, but the thing that I'm feeding Dave is so big. An extra large rat is about 300 grams. That's what I'm feeding to Echo. I ordered jumbo rats. I did not know that jumbo rats aren't just a small increment in size. I talked to Patreon about this recently, that, rodents are, they go from weaned to small to medium to large to extra large. And it's just an incremental size. When you go from extra large to jumbo, the extra large rat that's in there is about 300 grams. The jumbo rat that I'm going to feed Dave, 800 grams. Why does a rat get that big? So I put water in the bathtub, and they're all in plastic bags, but I put them all there to float them because I was not convinced that an 800-gram rat would be thawed all the way through from the time that I took them out at about 2 o'clock this afternoon to when I'm going to feed them at 8 o'clock in the evening or 9 o'clock or whatever it ends up being. So that's what's happening. Okay, let me get Pip. Hang on. She's behind a big hide where she always sits. Okay. I mean, this is a big girl. She's a massive snake. And look at this. Look at how big. This girl doesn't even eat hopper mice anymore. She's graduated to small mice. Just a monster, Just an absolute monster. And a sweet lady. Okay, so I'm going to hold her whilst we get to these super chats that I've missed. Let me just scroll up real fast to make sure that I haven't missed any others. It doesn't look like I did. You guys, we might get an appearance by our very own Amy Bentley tonight. She told me that she's got lots going on tonight, but she's going to try to jump in if she can. So we'll see if that happens. Andrew, thanks for the super chat. Have a new juvenile Cypress ball python clown. He's defensive with signs of corkscrewing and neurological issues. Okay, Cypress ball python clown. Wait, what's the BP? Cypress BP clown. I don't know what BP stands for because that's not ball python. That's a gene, I'm assuming. But that's okay. What are some things that you recommend doing that may make him feel more comfortable and help? So a snake that has, I wish I knew off the top of my head what BP was. Somebody, hang on. I'm going to scroll down. Somebody tell me if, black pastel. Thank you. All right. And black pastel, is that in the, is that in that complex? I feel like it might be. Okay. So regardless, if your snake has that, what we say is a neurological problem, but it's not really. If they have that type of corkscrewing issue, it happens. What brings it out is stress. So what you want is to give them the most coverage, the most hides, quiet space, not in a room where you got a bunch of other animals and people running all over the place. Dark area that they can just relax. That's the best. That's the best thing for them. And usually they live fine. They live a fine life. They usually eat for some reason, snakes that have those issues eat all the time. They're big time eaters. They don't always strike their food appropriately. It might take them a few times to try to strike it, but they want to eat all the time. And they do great, but you just want to have them in a very low stress environment where they feel like they're hidden all the time and they're not worried about anything, which is great. It's a great way to keep a snake regardless of what their situation is. Even just regular snakes, you want to have them in a low stress environment, but especially for those that have those issues. Okay, thanks for that super chat. Gianna, thanks for the super chat. You guys, okay, I'm going to do this. We just talked about our favorite person on Green Room Pythons, Amy Bentley. She's here. We're going to bring her on in a second. Gianna, thanks for the super chat. Bob, do you know of anyone selling pygmy pythons? I've been looking for about 8 months now and can't find any for sale. Gianna, this is tough. I didn't find, I got Pip, and then I looked for a male for about 2 years before I found one. There's not many breeders of pygmy pythons. I hope to become one. I'll just have this one pair, and I only will sell the babies on Patreon, but I hope to be able to produce some because there just aren't that many. You might, if you're able to get to a big reptile show like Tinley or something like that, you might be able to find one. And keep looking on Morph Market. I found Pip on Morph Market, but that was over 3 years ago. I'm trying to think of how long I've had Pip, maybe 4. I don't know. But I haven't seen pygmy pythons on Morph Market since, although I'm not looking every day, So they're tough to find. The answer is no. I don't know I know that like Justin Julander breeds them, but nobody's breeding them at a level where like a lot of times they'll have waiting lists, they'll have people that breed them have like 1 or 2 pairs of them. And so they might have a clutch or 2 a year. And so it's not the easiest thing to find. Okay, thank you for that super chat. We're going to get to these others, but I want to bring my friend Amy Bentley on. I'm so excited that she's here. Amy, hi there.
Guys.
Wait, can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
Oh, hang on. Let me change I got to put my headphones back in. I took them off so they can hear you. I'm guessing they can hear you.
Hi, guys.
But I just can't because
I've missed you.
Hang on a second.
That's okay.
Hi, say something now.
Hi.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, so I'm assuming everyone can hear you because now I can.
Yeah, they said they could.
Amy, it's been so long since you have joined Livestream, and it's so nice to have you on.
Life's been wild lately.
I know it has.
I miss you guys though.
We occasionally talk about you in the live streams. You're probably brought up at least once in the live streams, and I always mention that there's a lot going on in your life, and you were not expected to be here, but it's always appreciated when you're here because you're very helpful and people enjoy hearing you chat. What's that?
I said I like being here.
I know.
Thursdays just got busy for me, so.
Well, the other thing is we moved these to we used to do live streams on Mondays, and then we moved them to Thursdays because like 2 years ago you couldn't do Mondays. So I went, okay, we'll move them to Thursdays. So we could move them again. We could go back to Mondays. Like it doesn't matter. I
still dance on Mondays. Couldn't do Mondays.
I know. Well, we could do whatever. We'll figure it out. But anyway, Amy, how are your snakes?
Oh, snakes. They're fine. They're hungry. I was supposed to feed them on Sunday and the power went out and I had no idea when it was coming back on. The power was out for half of Cedar City for probably 9 hours.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
So I didn't feed my snakes on Sunday because I was like, I don't know when the power's coming back on, and they haven't had heat for hours. So
yeah, no, that's smart. That's smart.
I mean, they did. I put like water bottles and stuff in there, but
Yeah, that's a smart thing. Let me say this, because you brought up a thing that's important that a lot of, especially new people, don't understand. If your power goes out, unless it's super cold in your house, this is not a problem. If it goes out for even 9 hours, which seems like a long time, snakes don't always need heat. They only are looking for heat when they're digesting food. And in Amy's case, it's not super chilly in Utah right now, right?
It's spring, so it varies.
Okay, so it varies, but it's not. But I guess when I say super chilly, I mean it's not. You're not in the middle of winter, so that if your power goes out, all of a sudden it's going to be 50 degrees in your house.
It snowed 2 weeks ago, so
it did snow 2 weeks ago. Oh my God! So maybe it could be. Let me make my point. As long as it's not the dead of winter and it's not going to be 50 degrees in your house, even for 9 hours, if your snake is digesting, they're going to be okay. You know, if they're like in the 70s or something, it's going to be fine. So it's not that big of a deal. In a few hours, not a problem. You know, so
that master knows. It's spring in Cedar City, Utah, so the weather's just going to be bipolar. Like, it'll snow tomorrow and be 90 degrees the next day. It's just, you just never know. Why is everybody asking me to get Bob to bring the cast of Critical Role to the green room? I think you guys should probably know I've been trying to make that happen for a long time.
So
Do you know the cast of Critical Role? You didn't.
Hold on, let me say one thing, and then I have a connection to the cast of Critical Role. But so Tanya, I just saw your super chat saying look above Andrew's because I missed some super chats. Thanks for that. I did see that. I do have a couple that I missed. There's several that I need to get to. So thank you for alerting me to that because I did miss those. It's April, and then Reese won. Oh, I see yours right below. Okay. I'll get to yours. But so Amy, but okay, we're going to get to this in a second. So Tara Strong has been on Critical Role before, right? Or no. She has friends that are on Critical Role that have borrowed costuming stuff from her. Is that what you told me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Gray's been on Critical Role, but
Gray's been on Critical Role and has also been on Green Room Pythons. Mm-hmm. Gray was not comfortable with being in front of snakes. She's very afraid of snakes.
I haven't watched the most recent episode of Critical Role. That was, I mean, technically they're live right now, but I mean, the last time that I watched, they were in the beginning of all of their episodes, they do something called like the Critical Role Announcement Playhouse. The good old CRAP. And Sam Riegel always does an ad for a sponsor, and he hinted the last time he was referencing like Twilight Sparkles and all of this weird. He was dressed as like a weird little pony, not a My Little Pony, because it didn't look like a My Little Pony, but he was like, tune in the next time. I can't even remember who was sponsoring, but tune in the next time these guys sponsor us for like, and I was like, Tara, they're bringing Tara in. I know it. And I know her. Still to this day, just the coolest story I've ever had.
Okay, but wait a second. Wait, the coolest story is what? Do you know Tara?
Huh? That I randomly one day found myself sitting on Tara Strong's couch eating her snacks, and then she bought me dinner.
Yeah, and then she sat in her
garage floor. Craziest day.
Then she sat in her garage floor picking out tons of stuff to sign for you. Like she opened up her whole Comic-Con stuff kit basically, and signed everything you wanted. Sat there on the garage floor signing.
Like if I had been at a con and walked away from her booth with as much stuff as I walked away from at her house, I would have paid her hundreds of dollars.
Amy, this is the one benefit. When people say, what is the benefit of being Bob's friend? This is the one benefit that you can say that you've gotten from being my friend is
I mean, I can call it a benefit, but I've always said that I'm only friends with you to make friends with your cooler friends.
With my friends, with people that are cooler than me. I get it. And you have done that.
I got a new tattoo.
What?
I got a new tattoo.
Did your sister do it? Let's see it. Okay. Can we see it? Is it a... Oh, come on. That's a big one. Dude, that's amazing. Look at that T-Rex. It says T-T-E-A Rex. That's amazing. Did you design it? Did she design it? How did that come about?
Yeah, she drew it.
Oh my gosh. Amazing.
It's so good. Katie's I couldn't hang though. So the T-Rex doesn't have any shading in it yet, but the teacup's done.
That's incredible. Well done.
It's only like 4 days old though, so it's really itchy.
Oh yeah. Are you going to color it in? Is it going to be colored in?
So it looks good as a line tattoo. The T-Rex is going to have shading, and the shading is going to be colored, but it's not going to be full color.
Okay. It's cool. I like it a lot. Let me real quick answer the super chat. This is April who sent a super sticker. Thanks for this, April. Not sure what happened to the sticker earlier. Please disregard. I'm not going to disregard the sticker. I like stickers. I just want to know what makes calico. So calico is a gene, and it creates white up the side of the snake. So it wipes out the pattern and the color up the side, and it's kind of speckly up the side. It's amazing. And it's just a gene that does that. It's a dominant gene. It's not incomplete dominant. There's no, whether you have one copy of the gene or 2 copies of the gene, it doesn't look any different. Calico is calico. So you can have a super calico if the snake contains 2 copies of the gene, but you can't tell visually if that's the case or not, you know? Okay. Amy, how is my favorite snake of yours?
I mean, all the snakes are good.
What's that?
I'm assuming you're talking about Dodger.
I am talking about Dodger, your false water cobra. And you would think that my favorite snake of yours would be one of the many snakes that you have that I produced, but it's not. It's Dodger, your false water cobra. How big is that snake? That's really what my question. Not how is she? It's how big is she?
She's big. She's getting long.
Oh, thanks for that specific answer, Amy. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't heard her for a while.
But she's getting big though, huh? She's a big girl.
At this point, yeah, she's probably close to, if not a little longer than Nagini. Nagini's my biggest ball.
Okay. So
she's skinnier though.
Yes.
But yeah, sure. I think at this point she's probably longer than Nagini is.
So Nagini's probably almost 5 feet long. Mm-hmm. So Dodger's probably 5 feet. And how old is Dodger at this point? 2 years old? Yeah, probably 2 years. Yeah.
She could be bigger, but I don't have a spot for a larger cage for her, so I haven't been feeding her like a ton.
Huge. Yeah, I get it.
She's not starving, but
I get it.
I'm not like breeding her or anything. My goal is not to have like the biggest snake ever, so I'm not like power feeding her.
Yeah. Okay, Amy, I'm going to drop you out and answer these super chats. If you're still here, I know you got tons of stuff that you have to do tonight. If you're still here, I'll bring you back in. Okay. All right. Bye, Amy. So nice to see Amy Bentley in a live stream. I feel like we're used to seeing her in these live streams. Okay. Slayer Mom 1, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Bob and chat, what do you recommend for integrating a new boa into a reptile room with a ball python? Separate enclosures. I'm glad they're separate enclosures. So the one big thing that I recommend is get that boa tested for IBD especially. And, it's best to have them tested several times, put them in quarantine for a number of months. Have them tested several times for IBD. IBD is a disease that boas can carry, and it may not affect them for a long time, or it may not really affect them ever. They may just be carriers of it. But if a python gets it, they're a goner. It affects pythons way, way more severely than it affects boas. Not that it's Not that it's not bad with boas, because it can be, but you don't want your python to get it. So have your boa tested for IBD before you bring them into the same room with a python. And then other than that, you're just, you're keeping them in separate cages. It's not a big deal. It's just like anything else. But that's the important thing with boas. Let me just scroll up and make sure that I haven't missed anything else. I don't think I have. Okay, back down to get to where I'm at. I'm so behind in the chat, you guys. Okay, Tanya says, thanks for this, Tanya. Go back to April's and answer the one underneath. Okay, I will. Go back to April's super chat, scrolling up. Still going. Oh, you're talking about Reese? Okay. Oh, right. Thank you, Tanya. I appreciate that. Reese sent the super chat and then sent the question. Thanks for that. Okay. Tanya's on it. I have a 3-month-old female and a 7-month-old male, both ball pythons. They are the same size and weight. Should I be concerned with the male's size? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Just make sure that they're, 7 months old isn't that old. That's half a year. Just make sure that you're feeding them appropriate. The only reason that size would be affected is based on how you're feeding them. So if they've been on rat pups for a long time and you haven't moved them up to weaned rats, they're not going to grow much. So you just need to bump them up when it's appropriate to bump them up. It's not that big of a deal. They're pretty close in age. They're only a few months apart, even though it seems like a big deal when it's 3 months versus 7 months, Okay. Glad we got to that one. Thanks for the heads up on that, Tanya. Okay. Great. Nano, for sure. Tanya is the guardian of super chats. That's right. That is true. Okay. Back to the Patreon questions, ladies and gentlemen. Loretta is saying, can we please get an update on the baby Cape house snakes? Yes, we can. I tell you what, let me put Pip back. So here's Pip. Here's Pip. We're going to put her back. And then I'm going to show you baby Cape house snakes. They ate the other day. They're going to have fat bellies, but they're fine. Let me put her back. I'll give you a quick update, then we'll grab them. Hang on a second. Put these headphones down because I don't need these until Amy's back. Okay. Pip is back in her cage. I'm also in a rare move. I'm switching from Lafroig to Brunlatic. I'm switching to this classic Laddie. And normally you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't go from a very heavily peated Scotch to a non-peated Scotch. But I'm doing it because the Brunlatic is not as high a ABV. My chair is slowly dropping on me. Okay, now we're back up. Okay, so the update on these little baby house snakes is that I had, if you watch the house snake video, the baby house snake video, I had 2 house snakes that were too small to eat the smallest pinky, a micro pinky. They're too small to eat a micro pinky. And the big question in that video, there were a lot of questions in that video, but the big one was, what am I going to even feed these guys? And it was determined that we feed them the head of a micro pinky. And it's not, baby house snakes are usually about 4 to 6 grams. That's what they weigh when they come out. These babies were 2 grams. So that's why. Normally you can feed them a pinky. So what happened is I attempted to feed both of them. I have 2. One's albino, one's not. And I attempted to feed them both. The albino took their meal right away. The other one did not for quite a while. So I ended up assist feeding that one a little rat tail. Did that twice. I assist fed it one time. Did great. Ate the rat tail. Assist fed the second time. It was a little more difficult, but he ate. And then the next time I offered a Pinky Mouse head that washed off with soap and water. So you want to wash the smell of the mouse off for these tricky eaters that are probably looking more for a reptile to eat. And my guess is in the wild, they'd be eating, the babies would be eating little lizards, little like baby geckos. So you wash the smell off the rodent and then feed it. And he ate that one. So now he's eaten 2 meals on his own, which are great. He has no problem eating the pinky heads. And the albino is bigger because she's been eating bigger meals, but she's still not up to size to eat a full Pinky Mouse. So that's the update. Let me get them for you. Hang on. Amy Bentley, are you listening to the show right now, Amy? I can see her standing there, but I don't know if she's even listening or paying attention. And I'm saying she probably isn't. I have a little screen that I'm watching her, but I wanted to. Oh no, she is. I get it. I understand what's going on. She's paying attention. Hey, okay, Amy, I'm going to add you to stage because Amy, my guess is that hi, welcome. I get what was going on. You were doing stuff. You probably. Oh shoot, I got to put my ears in to talk to you. You probably haven't seen the baby house snake video. Am I right about that?
I have not. No.
Sorry, I was looking for a head shaker.
I have it. I have it saved.
Yeah. Because you've been so busy that you're not even caught up on Green Room Python's videos. I get it. That's okay. But I'm going to show you these little babies because they're crazy. So hang on. I'm going to get them.
Okay.
And by showing you, I'm also showing everybody else. Okay, here we go.
He would, you guys. I was standing far enough off camera that if he put me on, it wouldn't have been an issue. But I'm building the Renaissance Fair is coming up, and I'm building my belly dance costumes for the Renaissance
Fair. They live in these deli cups.
Oh, cuties. Okay.
So hang on. I'm just going to put my ears in really quick. It took me a while to land on a decision on how I was going to keep them, but I realized that at that size, they have to be in deli cups. They'll escape any air hole that's in a tub, or like a tub that's in a rack. They'll escape out the top, the little tiny crack that's in the top because they're so freaking small. Okay, hang on. I'm almost here with these ears.
Hey, you have a super chat.
I see it. From Mr. and Mrs. Morelia. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Morelia. It's nice to see you guys. You're saying you should keep them and call them micro and scopic. I don't know scopic. I don't know that word. But I am keeping them. Oh, micro and scopic. I get it. Microscopic. I get it. Like Pip and Squeak, my Pygmy Pythons. Yeah, no, that's a great idea. I've had a number of name suggestions. So first of all, their water dish is a little bubble packaging. So it has a rock in it so they don't flip it, but it's bubble packaging. That's what their water dish is. And let me see if I can get this little one to just crawl out. They're so hard to pick up because they're so tiny. Keep in mind that this one has grown. So this is the albino that I'm trying to get out right now. The snake has grown significantly since hatching. Look at this. Look at that little snake.
Baby, he's so cute.
I feel like I haven't put this snake on a scale, but I'm guessing this might be a 4-gram snake.
Oh my God, so cute.
Because close to eating a micro pinky. I think it was half the size when it hatched out. I can't even really show it very well. Like it's the size of a small worm, you know? So that's that one. Still has a fat belly from last night's meal. It's kind of gross, but you have to cut you got to cut the pinkies. And so basically I've been feeding this one a larger portion of a pinky each time. So last night it got like half a pinky. I just cut it in half and it eats it. And here's the smaller one. Hey, little tiny guy, come here. Oh my gosh, you're so darty. So darty. They really are super fast, but I found that once they're in my hand, so far at least, they haven't jumped out of my hand, which is a nice feature of them. Can you even see that snake?
So cute. That's so little.
So little.
Pip wasn't even that small when you got her.
No. Pip was so Pip would have hatched out at about 4 grams, like at twice this size. But when I got her, she was 9 grams. This snake might be coming up on 3, you know. The snake had 2 meals of tails, which was pretty small, but it got something in their belly. And then so it took 2 tails that I assist fed, and then it's had 2 of the smallest mouse heads. You know, because it's so tiny.
So baby.
Right?
I love it.
Such little cuties. So their hides are bottle caps. Bottle cap that I cut a notch into. This is a massive hide. For both of these snakes, even the bigger one, it's still a massive hide, the bottle cap. But at least it's something. And then they've got the little bubble packaging that holds their water that I put in there with a dropper. So they get a couple drops of water with a rock inside their water dish, so it holds it down, because otherwise they'll dump it. And they've got their little miniature house until they're big enough to be on their own. They have this little
oh my
tiny,
gosh, so cute.
I know, I love it. So I keep these in a rack, just in a tub, side by side in the front of the tub. I don't put it in the back because that's the hot spot and they don't need it that warm. So they just sit in the front of a tub side by side. No problem.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna drop you off, Amy. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Hey, thanks for being here for as long as you can be here. I appreciate it.
Oh, I can stick around. I'm just trying on all my belly dance costumes to decide what I want to wear. That's why it took me a long time to come back, because I had my shirt off and all I was wearing was the lace.
I know.
And I can't really go on the internet.
I don't want to say I figured that out, that you were hearing me, but you just needed to get dressed. I didn't want to say, but now that you've said, then we're good. Okay. So she's just trying on her stuff.
I guess you probably have like a ton of new people since the last time I was on. But for those who don't know, Bob and I met while I was having like a major wardrobe malfunction in the middle of a Renaissance fair. My bra, or the bra that I wear over the lace, came untied and was like stuck on my skirt, and it was like a full frontal flash show happening, and I ran off the stage and the only person back there was Bob, and I was like, "Hi, we've just met. I need your help. You have to help fix my costume." And he was like, "Okay."
Yeah, I'm good at fixing
that's
stuff.
how Bob and I met.
Long before, well, not long before, but a year or two before Green Room Pythons even started. We've been friends since before Green Room Pythons. But you have snakes. This is for the new people who don't know. Amy's in lots of my videos. For those who are new to the channel and haven't seen lots of the older stuff. and she's been in. She's a mainstay of the live streams until over the last year. You've just been very busy, and so you're on when you can be, and we appreciate it. Okay, bye, Amy. I'll see you in a little bit.
Bye, guys. I love you.
Okay. We love Amy. All right. So let me get to these super chat. Let me see if I missed anything before Mr. and Mrs. Morelia. It doesn't look like it, but we have this one right here. GHI Steve, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. Excellent channel. Oh, thanks. I work away from home for up to 4 days at a time. Thoughts on auto misters, foggers for humidity. So GHI Steve, I assume you're talking about ball pythons. If that's the case, no reason for that. Just have plenty of cocoa husk in there and mix water into the cocoa husk. You shouldn't need to like daily mist them or anything like that. If you have a tropical snake like a green tree python, then you would want like a Mist King system that mists them daily. But ball pythons aren't tropical snakes and they don't need that much humidity. So, if you have plenty of cocoa husk in your enclosure, and like if you have a screen top on your enclosure, if they're like in a fish tank with a screen top, cover that screen top so your humidity doesn't escape out of there. And then, wetting down the substrate once a week or something. A lot of times once every 2 weeks. It just depends on how quickly it dries out. But 4 days should be just fine. Like you shouldn't have any problem with leaving that for 4 days. Okay. I'm going to put these little house snakes back in their dark spots so they're feeling more comfortable, because I think right now they're a little nervous about the lightness. Whoops. Oh, that's okay. You can watch Echo there for a minute while I put these back. It's a good camera change, I guess. So there's Echo, and then we have Banjo over here. Watch this. Banjo came out. He's moving around. He's looking for food. We're going to feed both those snakes tonight. That guy is looking for it. Okay. Sarah, I just saw your comment. Hi, Sarah. Welcome. Glad you're here. Sarah is one of our delightful moderators. As soon as I see Amy back on camera, we will bring her back so that she can say hi to you. Sarah and Amy are good friends. And I'll make sure to bring her back on. Okay. Let's get back to these Patreon questions. We have not gotten through many of these. We've had a lot going on tonight. Okay, Azara has a couple questions. How are we looking for the Arizona trip? Okay, so that is a Patreon question, and I actually gave them a video yesterday updating them. But just so that you all know, we're doing, for Patreon, I do at least one trip a year. We're doing 2 this year, one to Costa Rica and one to Arizona, where anyone who's a Patreon member can join in on a herping trip. So this Arizona trip, if you can get to Arizona, if you live near there or you can get there or whatever, you can come herping with us. And once you've gone on one of these herping trips, you're not only part of the horde of keepers, but you're also part of the horde of herpers, which is an even more secretive fellowship of snakedom. Fellowship of snakedom. The Arizona trip's going to be awesome because I gave details on Patreon, but it's going to be pretty rad. That happens later this year. Okay, so Azara's other question is, when you pair Maya and Banjo, is there anything special that you need to do? So that guy right there that you're seeing is going to be paired with the lady that's moving around up above him. Look at this. So she's going into her hide, I guess. We can see both Maya and Banjo. So I'm going to pair them up later in the year. Look how dusty Maya's windows are. She digs so much in her cage that she kicks up dust and it looks awful. Anyway, it's okay. So I'm going to pair them up later this year. And there are some things that you do with black-headed pythons. One of them is I'll stop feeding them for a few months before 2 or 3 months before I pair them up, which seems counter to what you would think, because Maya is going to be really hungry, and I hope she doesn't try to eat her boyfriend, but he's pretty big, so I don't think she would. But that's what you do with black-headed pythons. It's a little trickier than ball pythons. Most snakes are a little trickier than ball pythons to breed. So there's some things to do. I'm going to consult with an experienced breeder before I do it. I've already done those consultations. I've already talked to people about it, but when I'm ready to actually do it, I'm going to get a refresher course from one of the few people that I know who breed them. So it's going to be fun to pair them up though later in the year, maybe October-ish. I'll pair them up. Kay, thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. Do you have a very long wait list for your baby ball pythons? I'm not a member of the Horde of Keepers yet. Any cool clutches coming soon? So the way this works, for those who don't know, I only sell ball pythons to people who are members of the Horde of Keepers. There are different levels, but the lowest level is $5 a month, and you can buy a snake from me at $5 a month, and you get pretty much all the extra content, and you're part of the community. So it's pretty cheap to be a member of the Horde of Keepers. And if you want to support it at a higher level, you can, but $5 a month is that. And the way it used to be when I first started Patreon, I would do waiting lists, but I don't do that anymore. Now what I do is I announce when a clutch is available, and it's first come, first serve. And I try to be fair with everyone. So I usually make an announcement the day before. I say, look, I'm going to make these babies available at 8 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock in the morning. So if you really want a snake from me right now, look for that post tomorrow morning and tell me which one you want. And I'll show which ones are going to be available. But then when I make them available, I give all the genetics and the pricing and all that kind of stuff. And then it's first come, first serve. So what I have coming is I thought I was going to have eggs from Delilah, but I'm not this year. But I have some cool clutches. Tiger Lily, I think, is going to lay fairly soon. She might be the first one to lay. I've got Anya, who's going to lay this year. Who else? Samantha, I'm pairing up, but I don't think anything's happening there. But there's some cool stuff coming. So I always say, like, if a snake lays eggs, I always give Patreon the update. There's a weekly update anyway for Patreon folks, but if snakes lay eggs or anything like that, any cool thing that's happening in a YouTube video, Patreon always knows beforehand. So you'll know what's in the incubator if I have anything. And currently I do not have anything in the incubator. I'm waiting for stuff. Crisis is very excited for Arizona. I am too. It's going to be a fun trip. It's going to be a fun one. I think we're going to have a good amount of people too. I'm going to rent an Airbnb, and many of us will stay at the Airbnb. Hopefully I'll rent one that some people can camp at. We did this in Minnesota last year where we had access to a really cool farmhouse that Azara Grimm, who's in the chat, her family owns, and they gave us access to that. So we stayed in the farmhouse and then camped all around outside it. It was awesome. So hopefully we'll find a situation like that in Arizona for our trip this year. It'll probably be an Airbnb, but hopefully one that they'll allow us to camp in the yard also, because we end up with more people than can generally fit in a house. Okay, here we go. Back to the Patreon questions. Philly says, I sometimes carry Maxine outside when the weather is nice, but I never put her on the grass. I'm worried she might pick up something nasty from the grass. Am I being paranoid? Yes. Yes. You're being paranoid. I'll expand on that. Yeah, people are worried about snake mites that they might pick up if they put their snake on the grass. Keep in mind that a couple of things. As far as snake mites, you're not going to get snake mites. Those are specific to snakes. They don't just randomly live in the grass. And actually, you're not being paranoid. And here's what you would have to worry about. If you fertilize your grass with chemical fertilizer, you don't want your snake in that. So I was hasty when I said my answer. It is absolutely dangerous to put your snake in chemically fertilized, or like if you did weed killer or something like that, that is dangerous for your snake. So as long as your grass doesn't have that stuff, which I don't think of that first, because any grass that I've ever put my snake in, that like we don't use that kind of stuff. But if you do use that, then yeah, that's real bad for snakes. But just in nature, snakes live out in nature. So there's nothing that's going to harm them out there that's not man-made chemical stuff. And you're not going to get snake mites. You'll get those from pet stores and from reptile shows, but not from just your random grass outside. Okay. A lot of people won't bring their snakes outside because they're worried about mites. Not something to worry about, for sure. But then they'll go into the pet store and hold every snake they see in the pet store. Don't do that, because that's where your mites are going to come from. Okay. Sheba says, I'm sad to hear about Black Box. I hope everything they have going on turns out okay. I've been saving up for a Black Box cage specifically, and now I'm not sure what PVC enclosure to get. I still do plenty of my own research, but do you have any recommendations or warnings? I don't have any warnings because there's a lot of good cage companies out there. My favorite cage company that is open right now is Apex Reptile. So just look up Apex Reptile. Their cages are the most innovative on the market, and they're incredible. Highly recommend. Check out Apex. They're out of Arizona, and they're great. Okay. Kalanya at H&K Creations says, let me start with, we do not have a bioactive setup. We have these tiny, really gosh darn small bugs in our enclosure, and no matter what we do, we can't get rid of them. They are not mites, and our ball python does not seem to bother by them unless they crawl on her face, at which she just moves her head and they either jump or possibly fly off. I'm not sure because they're small. Any ideas? Yes, I have ideas. Or I have one idea. I have your answer. And other people are probably putting it in the chat also. And if so, normal or something we have to worry about? It's normal. I wanted to say it was something you had to worry about, but I don't even want to make that joke. It's normal. Those are springtails, and springtails live in your house. Whether you have snakes or not, you're going to have springtails in the house, especially if you have houseplants. If you have one houseplant, you have springtails, and you just don't see them in the house. They are so small, and they jump. They're not flyers, but they're jumpers. And when you have a snake cage, a lot of times springtails will show up. They're beneficial in there. They eat bacteria. Not a problem at all. It's great to have springtails. We put them intentionally into bioactive cages. We populate them with springtails and isopods. But whether you populate with springtails or not, chances are you're going to get them. They are all over the world, springtails. Nothing to worry about. Be glad they're in there. They work as a cleanup crew. They're not going to eat poop. They're not going to eat pee. They will eat bacteria from it. So make sure you're still cleaning your cage. But if you pick up a pile of poop and there's a little bacteria left on some of the substrate that it was sitting on, your springtails will eat that. So there you go. There's also, there's not fleas, fungus gnats. Yes, there are fungus gnats. Chances are you're seeing springtails though. But nothing to worry about. The only thing to worry about is snake mites. If these aren't snake mites, don't worry about it. There are things that get annoying, like the little gnats, the fungus gnats get annoying sometimes, and there's ways to get rid of those, but they're not going to hurt your snake. You should see the snakes. I mean, you probably have seen the snakes that they catch in Florida, the big Burmese pythons that they find nesting. They're in bee suits because there's bees and flies and mosquitoes buzzing everywhere around these snakes, and they're just sitting on eggs. There's bugs everywhere, and the people catching the snakes are not worried about the snakes. They're worried about the bugs that are flying everywhere, and so they're wearing full bee suits. So these bugs don't really bother snakes unless they are snake mites that are then quite bothersome. All right, let me just double check this. Okay, we're good there. Next question. Rachel says, what's your strategy for choice-based free roam time? Just opening the cage if they want to come out and providing a way to get down to the floor or furniture. I want to let my ball python out, but I do have to help him because his cage is too high. But I'd love for him to be able to choose where to go. Yeah, I mean, a lot of my animals are like that. I have a number of cages where I can just open the door. I do it. I talk about this a lot, that I do it with Handsome Dan. I open his door in the morning and walk away, and he goes where he wants to go. But I have many other snakes that I can't just open the door, especially snakes that are in the tub systems where I open their tub and they'll go up onto the top of the rack, and I don't want them to do that because I have too much stuff on it. I would need them to go down. I'll just bring them out and put them on my shoulders. They can start on my shoulders, and then I either start them at my desk, which this whole setup that I do for the live stream is in my podcast studio. Normally, I bring it out here for the live stream, but I either start them in the podcast studio and then they can leave and go wherever they want, or I sit down on my couch here in the green room and I start them that way. And I just sit there and let them crawl off and go where they want. So they can hang out with me as long as they want to, and then they can go where they want. But a lot of them, I do have to take them out of their cage because they don't have an easy way to get to free roaming. And so that's okay to do. I see this super chat from Crisis. I'm going to get to it in just 1 second. I want to answer this other question from Rachel. Do you feel like you've influenced people in real life to get snakes? If they didn't know you, they might have never thought to get a snake. So people in real life, I know that I have online because people tell me all the time, but I know that I have my sister and my nephew have a snake because of me for sure. And my neighbor, Alyssa, has a snake because of me. She had lizards, but she didn't know anything about snakes. And she fell in love with snakes, and she has one that I produced. So Alyssa has a snake, and my sister / my nephew have snakes. And I'm trying to think if anybody else does that I knew personally. I'm not sure. But yes, that has happened. Okay, Crisis, thanks for the super chat. House update. So Crisis house was burned down. The snakes all survived, which is great news. So this is the update. Still in permit land. Hopefully we will get those in a couple of weeks. Then construction can begin. This is new construction on the house. Also wanted to say how I appreciate the community. Yeah, the community really came together as soon as this happened. There was some fundraising that happened through it was through the Discord. I was going to say through the Patreon, but it was through the Discord actually to help out. And this community really came together. So that's really cool. That's great to know, Crisis. I'm glad that you guys are getting going on the rebuild. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. Sepmaster, thanks for the super chat. It is an awesome community. Thanks, Bob, for all you do. Also, the stew was excellent. I bet it was. Barbecued stew, come on. It's got to be excellent. I'm sure it was. Yeah, I agree. It's a great community. It's a great community. If you're on the Discord, if you're not on the Discord, you should get on the Discord. Sarah, can you do me a favor and put that in the chat, the Discord link for those who aren't on it? Because that's free. You don't have to be in Patreon to be in the Discord. You can be, if you're in the Patreon, you get secret channels on the Discord. But Amy, I'm going to bring you on right now because you look fantastic, and Sarah wanted to see you anyway, and I don't know how long have you been sitting there.
I just heard you say
that.
Sarah, and I was like, wait, what?
Talk to them. Let's say hi to Sarah.
Hi. It should allow you to put links. I used to put links all the time, but I haven't been here for a while. So hi. I miss you.
I like this belly dance outfit that you've got going on here.
Thank you. I am not married to it yet.
Okay.
I think it's what I wore last year with an extra hip scarf. I got like a lot of teal in it.
Yeah.
And I'm not super loving just the blue on the top. I think I'm going to switch the top to teal. But
just so everybody knows, this belly dance troupe, which Amy is the leader of, is the best. I performed at Renaissance fairs all up and down the West Coast for a long time. They are the best belly dance troupe that I experience. I've seen a lot of belly dance troupes. Amy's is the best. They're fantastic. I love them as people, for one thing. Amy's one of my closest friends, but the whole troupe they're just delightful people. But as dancers and the style that they do is incredible, and their outfits are amazing. They have a different outfit for every day of the Renaissance Festival. They put a whole different outfit, and it's all color coordinated. It's incredible. They're awesome.
That's true. Yeah. Stick around long enough, you might see all of them tonight because I'm putting them together. Guys, what do you think? Help me, since you're all standing here. This was the bottom.
That one's great.
Teal on the top or blue on the top? Because my top skirt is like a bluish purple and my underskirt is teal. But I can't decide.
You guys put it in. It's hard for me to help. I have to see it to know.
I just showed you.
But no, but the other one, like I'd have to see the teal on the top. I go with teal. I like teal better than blue, but I don't know. Patrick, thanks for this super chat. Did you have a question to go along with it? Let me look to see. Let me scroll down to see if you asked something.
Okay. Oh, that's on my face. Teal.
Oh, I see.
Blue.
Okay, that's helpful. No, I like that. I like that the bra thing better because it's got the jinglies on it.
Well, the bra thing is going to go on top of one of either the teal or the blue shirt.
Oh, I understand. I understand.
Teal.
Okay. Everybody's saying teal.
Where'd I put it? Got lost under all my skirts.
And I'm looking for Patrick's question. Patrick, if you have a question, put it. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is a great question, Patrick. If you could appear in any show in history, what would it be? Like if I can make an appearance on any show in history.
Can I guess?
Yeah, say it.
Firefly.
Oh my gosh, that's a good one. Yeah. Oh no, it's actually okay. That is my second choice, but it's Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I was gonna say it's either Buffy or
it's for sure Buffy. Like at first I was thinking, like I went way back. I was like the Honeymooners because it's such a famous thing, and then like MASH because that was part of my childhood. But I'm such a big fan of the Joss Whedon shows, and Buffy. I was more of a fan of Buffy, and I still am a fan. But
I'm turning you around so you can watch my sleepy dog.
Oh my gosh, is that Indy? Indy, oh my goodness, you sleepy guy. So Buffy, I was a bigger fan of Buffy than any other show that I've been a fan of, and I still am. I love it. It's so good. And I know, like, I have friends that were on Buffy. I wasn't in Hollywood at the time that Buffy was being made, but everyone in Hollywood guest starred on Buffy because they needed so many vampires. There were so many guest stars and co-stars on that show. Yeah, I would have loved to have been on Buffy. That's a great question. Okay, Amy, I'm going to drop you and Indy off. I'll see you in a little bit. Bye, Indy. It's one of my favorite dogs in the world right there, you guys. I think we all said teal. I think everybody said teal for that. Buffy and Angel. You guys, I've seen Buffy so many times. I'm not going to stay on this subject, but I will say that I've watched Buffy so many times, Angel so many times, and several times I've gone through it in the order that it was on TV initially in the 90s. So Buffy went for a couple seasons, and then Angel started. Like Angel left Buffy, and there was a spinoff show, but then there were, it would be like Buffy would come on, I think WB, right? And then Angel would come on, but Buffy would leave Sunnydale and she'd be like, I'm leaving, I'm going to Los Angeles. And then the next Angel episode would have Buffy appearing in it. So if you watch them simultaneously, the storylines cross of what's going on. So I've done that several times where I watch them in order the way that it showed on TV, because you get the full effect of the storylines. And then, of course, Firefly, come on. Amazing. I can't wait for the animated series, because that is happening. So excited about that. Even though it would have been great to have just more seasons of the live action Firefly. But I love that they're doing the animated series. I was watching Nathan Fillion's like TikToks and whatever. I guess it was TikTok where he was visiting everybody's house, and like everybody in the cast, he was visiting their house and saying, "Are you ready?" And he would like do a funny thing at their door, hinting that something was happening, and we didn't know what it was. And then eventually it came out that they're doing an animated Firefly series, which is great. So exciting. Kalanya, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I totally get it when, I'm on the West Coast, so it's not here. Amy, I'm going to show you in just one second. I'm on the West Coast, so it's not as late for me. It's only 7:43 right now, but I know it's very late for a lot of people. And in the middle of the night for folks in Europe. Who's in Europe right now watching this? Let me know. I'm curious. So here's what the teal looks like, you guys. We're doing this on this live stream.
I did blue on my necklace, teal.
Oh, that's right.
You guys are helping me pick out my belly dance costume. Thanks. Here's the real one.
It's really good.
Yes? Better?
Yeah. It's great. Okay. I like it. Kalanya's in Arizona. It's not that late for Kalanya, but she's tired, and we get it. Okay. All right.
Poland. Wow.
Oh, Poland. Oh my gosh. 4:45 a.m. So it's tomorrow. I was going to say it's almost tomorrow. It's not almost. It's literally tomorrow in Poland. Cool. Okay. So everybody likes the teal. That's great.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Cool. Okay.
I'll be back with a new one.
See you in a bit, Amy. Okay. So here we go. We're continuing with this. Echo says, do you plan to visit Canada? I promise we don't bite unless invited to. Oh, you're invited, Echo. Look, my Echo bites me all the time. She hasn't for a long time, but she has bitten me a lot. So, yeah, I'll visit Canada for sure. I enjoy Canada a lot. I'll be up there at some point. I haven't been there in a long time, but I'll come to a show in Canada at some point. Sarah, thanks for the super chat. Oh, this is the Discord to join. You guys, there you go. There's your Discord link. Thanks for that, Sarah. You even super chatted it. I appreciate that. Oh, Amy's telling me that I need a snake co-host. I agree. Who should I get, you guys? Who should my snake co-host be? Oh, you know who it should be? I'm going to tell you. Is Handsome Dan, because I got to get him anyway. Let's, before I get back to the, okay, Yoda, I saw that you just super chatted. I will, here, I'm just going to say it right now. Thanks for the super chat. Middle of the day in Australia. Yeah, it's definitely tomorrow in Australia. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to move this camera so you can see what I'm up to here. And we're going to do these shenanigans with trying to get Handsome Dan out from where he is right now, because I got to move him anyway. So you might as well just try and do this. Hang on. Almost there. Okay. It's pretty darkened, but that's okay. All right. You can see what's going on. Okay, I'm going to take my ears out again. And then let's just see how long this takes. Pull him out of here. I got to move the spider. Move this thing. So the idea is he strikes sideways sometimes if I startle him. So I want to make sure that he knows that I am that I'm here before I go anywhere near his head. But you're okay. There we go. Oh my gosh, that was so easy. Whoa, that was way easier than I expected. Okay. We're going to put Carol back where she goes. We're going to put this piece of wood back. Okay. And then we got Handsome Dan here for a little bit. Wow, that went way smoother than I expected. Handsome Dan, everyone, your Green Room Python's mascot. He's not a python, for those who don't know. He is not a python, but he is a handsome guy, and he's a boa. Debbie, should I cut it? Wait. Should I cut it? I do trim it, but sometimes I let it get long and I don't realize it until it's really long, you know? I did trim it today. I kind of do little trims, and it's usually off the sides because otherwise it poofs out, but I don't cut the length all the time. Maybe I should cut it. Crisis says, Dan is the reason I got a boa. Buddy, you're an influencer. You're influencing people to get boas because they think you're so cool. That's awesome. I've heard that from a number of people that they've gotten boas because of Handsome Dan. You're a delightful guy. He's not super comfortable being held. You guys know that. I talk about that a lot. But it's only because I don't force him to be held. He has the run of the place, basically. He can do whatever he wants. And I rarely restrain him and make him hang out with me. Barbara, I love that Dan and Carol are neighbors. They absolutely are. He's been spending more time there. There's a number of spots. Like he likes to be on top of these cages back here. He has his own hide up there that he uses. But lately, he's been going on top of the inspector's cage and curling up next to Carol. So, okay. Next Patreon question. Oh, this is about a BCI. Good timing. Joe Lass says, my 3-year-old BCI stays mostly buried in her moist bioactive substrate, sometimes in the same spot for multiple days. I'm concerned that she will develop scale rot. What should I do? So, Joe, it's probably not a problem. Scale rot is going to come from a snake sitting in stagnant, wet soil. So not moist substrate. You know, moist is okay, but if it's like dripping wet and they're sitting in that, that's when they'll potentially develop scale rot. And boas, especially BCIs, boa constrictors, boa imperators, that's what they do naturally. They bury themselves in substrate or leaf litter, and that's where they like to be. So sitting in that, if it's just moist substrate, not a big deal. If it's dripping, if you pick up a handful of it, squeeze it, and it drips water out, that's what's going to cause your scale rot. So it just depends on how wet that is. But it's probably okay. Probably not a big deal. Your snake's just doing natural boa behaviors, you know. Nano asks, what's your take on, so this is a couple of questions. What's your take on people making up their opinion and openly judging a creator based on word of mouth without watching their videos or confirming said word of mouth has any truth behind it? I don't worry about it too much. People talk about people. It's just drama. I don't worry about that at all. It's common that people would go, oh, I don't like this creator because of this, this, and this. But if they don't like a creator, they're not watching their videos. So they've probably formed an opinion based on one little thing that they saw and they didn't know the context of or whatever. Not a big deal. It's just sort of natural what people do, especially people that like to sort of be on the negative side of the internet. They like to troll and stuff like that. I'm not too worried about it. And then the next one is, I would want to switch to PVC enclosure to a PVC enclosure when I upgrade after Selkie grows out of her current one. But there is, I think, only one brand that makes them in Poland. So she's in Poland, and it's a generic reptile products brand that we have. The rest are small shop builds or non-branded ones that I can find on Amazon. Is there any tips you can share at how to pre-buy or check if it's worth the trouble? Okay, I see what you're saying. Like what should you look for in a good enclosure? So those small shop builds might be the best quality. I mean, you never know. But what you want is you want it to be relatively thick, not thin plastic, because that stuff will break. If it's like a thin plastic, super cheap thing, you want to be careful about that. So make sure that it's, that it's like these most PVC cages are usually about a 1/4 inch thick or more. And so that's good. And then if it's sealed on the inside, that's very helpful. Doesn't have to be, but if they spill a water dish or something like that, it'll leak if it's not sealed. So sealed is helpful, stuff like that. And some cages come with heat already installed, some don't. The price will reflect that, but these smaller shop builds might be your better quality, but I don't know what's available in Poland. So Brady Bentley, this is Amy's husband. Sorry it's been so long, buddy. Good to see you. Brady, it's good to see you too, pal. I mean, we talk on the phone sometimes, you and I, but it's great to see you in the chat on the live streams. Your wife is here, changing her clothing changing her clothing right in front of the cameras while we're doing the live stream. That's what your wife is all about. I'm guessing you are upstairs right now. Amy's downstairs. You're upstairs. And I'm glad you're watching, Brady. Okay. I'm just seeing this question right here from 404. As far as I can tell, you free roam Dan with your ball pythons. I don't really. I don't mix species. Handsome Dan free roams. What free roaming means for Handsome Dan, he doesn't roam. He finds his spot to sit for the day and he stays there until I put him back in his cage. So he's not a roamer. My ball pythons are on the ground. He's up there. I don't mix species, but it's not because they'll fight necessarily. If they're close to the same size, you're saying 8 kilograms with a normal ball python, they're probably fine. They probably would be fine together. I just, they don't fight. Ball pythons and boas are both very peaceful with other snakes. Neither one are snake eaters. And there's a lot of people that you'll find online that'll put their boa and their ball python in a tub together because they're cleaning cages or something like that. It's not that big of a deal. I just don't do it. As a principle, I don't mix species. So, but when we're talking about boas and ball pythons, neither one of them are like aggressive with other snakes. They just pretty much ignore one another. Don't cohab them. Don't force them to share. I mean, I'm not telling you, I'm telling everyone, because I know that's not what you're asking, but I'm just telling everyone. You don't want them to be forced to share resources in a cage together. But if you have them out, it's up to you whether you choose to mix species or not. Those two are probably going to be fine. Maha Tarantula, thanks for the super chat. I'm so unbelievably excited about my dwarf retic that's coming next month. What did you wish you knew before getting one? Oh, that's cool. Congrats on getting a super dwarf retic. I feel like I did a lot of research before I got a dwarf retake. There wasn't any real surprises. You know, I was ready for their food response. I'm trying to think if there was anything that really surprised me. I mean, the only thing that surprised me, and I talk about this in a video that's coming out in a couple of weeks, but the only time I got a surprise is over the last year. Echo and Stella are both 5 years old. I upped their prey size. Look at handsome Dan crawling on me. I upped their prey size about a year ago, a little bit. I'm not feeding them crazy, but a little bit. They got more food, and between their 4th year to their 5th year, they doubled in size. So they've gotten very big in that amount of time, which that was probably surprising, but that's a recent thing. Almost everything else didn't really surprise. They're just great. They're so smart and interactive. They're real cool snakes. Okay. Slayer 22 says, are you planning on doing more breeding with your house snakes in the future? Are you planning on making them available to the horde of keepers? I recently got my first house snake and I love him. Yeah. Yes to all those. I will be breeding more in the future. I mean, Asta may drop another clutch of eggs, and if she does, those snakes will be available to the horde of keepers. I'll keep everyone posted if that happens. That'll be a thing. Look at handsome Dan. He's crawled off of me, but he's deciding whether he wants to crawl back onto me. I don't think he does. He's never interested in human contact necessarily. But I like that he's just hanging out and not trying to crawl away, you know. Did I answer that? Yeah. So house snakes in the future, yes. There's, and especially next breeding season when Asta will be big enough. By the way, Asta has gotten much bigger. For those of you who saw the house snake egg video, the babies, Asta was very small when she laid that first clutch. She is quite a bit bigger now. She eats medium adult mice at this point. So I'm not as worried if she lays a clutch anymore. And she can lay 2 to 3 clutches a season. So there's going to be a lot of house snakes available, I think. Jake the Snake, thanks for the super chat. No question from me currently. I just dig your content and the community. I'll have to look at Arizona logistics. Busy travel season already. Jake, that'd be amazing if you came to Arizona with us and joined in on that. That'd be cool. Jake has the sibling of Koa, my Brettles python. Super pretty snake. Both of ours, super pretty snakes. Koa is deep in shed right now. Otherwise, I'd show him to you. But he's working on new clothes right now. The Arizona trip, I just made an announcement on Patreon about that. It's going to be late summer. And I don't know if we're timing it right, but we're going to have a guide that's amazing. That's going to help us find stuff. I have not fully planned. I know what we're doing and where we're going. That's all on Patreon, but I haven't planned specific dates because I'll be in Costa Rica soon for a trip, and I'm waiting to be done with that. That my brain has been on that trip, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So I haven't been able to fully plan the Arizona thing. There goes the lights. It must be 8 o'clock. That's when the lights go out. Okay, next question. Oh, this is another African house snake question from Liz. I'm starting to look into breeding African house snakes. You inspired me. Oh, that's cool. They're really hard to find here in Canada. I own 2 ball pythons in contact with Bushveld reptiles. Okay, they provide house snakes. They're going to export to Canada. That's cool. Don't have breeding experience. That's cool. That's all right. Can you give any recommendations on some really important things to learn, and what size enclosures should I be looking at? So house snakes are maybe easier to breed than ball pythons. You just have to have a male in with a female. Make sure they're adults. Have a male in with a female. You'll get eggs. Nothing really you have to do. It's crazy, and you can cohab them. So, house snakes get. I think somebody else asked this question too. What size cage? House snakes get 3 to 4 feet. If you have 2 together in a cage, I think a 4x2x2 is great. But just something more they have a little room to move around at night. They're going to be hidden most of the day, but at night you want to give them a little bit of room. And you need a bigger cage if you're cohabitating them. But and then the other question is, how soon after they lay eggs do they lay another clutch? I'm seeing other YouTubers mentioning multiple clutches. Yeah. They do have multiple clutches, and they can be within about 60 days of one another. So you could have 2 to 3 clutches a year, and that first clutch could come 60 days later. You could get the next clutch. So right as your first clutch is hatching, they could be laying in the next clutch, and then they could potentially lay a third also. So you could end up with a lot of house snakes depending on how prolific your female is. Prolific is not the right word, and I can't think of the right word to use for pregnancy, but I still like the word prolific, so we're sticking with it. Handsome Dan, how we doing back there, buddy? He's just happy on the chair, I think. We're going to put him back in his cage shortly because feeding snakes is coming up. Crisis Corpse asks, do you like camping? If so, where's your favorite camp? What is your favorite campground? I love camping. I'm a big fan of camping. I have a tent in my car right now. I've camped several times this year. And I got a new tent that I love and hate. I love it because I can just throw it in the air and it pops up. It's like, doesn't require anything. You just throw it and it goes whoosh and pops up. I hate it because it's small. I'm used to having a great big tent because I used to take them to, when I was doing Renaissance fairs, I used to be in them for these Renaissance festivals, and I would bring all my gear and stuff and have to load it into this giant tent. And I had like a queen size bed, and I'm used to having a big tent. I don't like a tent that I can't stand up in. That wasn't your question though. You're asking what my favorite campground is. I don't know because I don't remember them. But because it's not like I don't think I've ever gone to the same campground twice. And also during the years that I was touring Renaissance festivals, I never camped at a campground because I was staying in tents so often right outside Renaissance festivals that I didn't want to then go camping in the forest. But now that I'm not doing Renaissance festivals, I will do more camping in the forest. And the last couple times that I've gone this year have been in the desert just because I've been out herping and setting up a tent in a campground in the desert. That's not as cool, but like the redwoods is fun. I like a good forest, you know. I'm going to do more of that because I'm doing less festival camping. Let me catch up on this. If there's anything to catch up with. No. Okay. We're good there. Michelle is asking, have you ever tried to cohab ball python females? What are your thoughts on this? My thoughts are don't do it. No, I haven't done it. And some people do it and they're going to argue with me and tell me why they do it and whatever. But the point is, there's no reason to have your snakes have their own cages. Females get along great. My females love to follow each other around in the room when they're out. They'll pile up together. A lot of times when they're out in the room, when it's time to go back home and to digest food and do their living stuff, they have their own resources. They don't have to share resources with other snakes. So I don't think that you should cohab your snakes and make them share resources. You know, if you have a room size enclosure and multiple resources everywhere so that they can choose to share resources if they want to, or if they decide that they don't want to be together, they can separate and have the same resources somewhere else, then that's fine. That's cool. But I don't have that situation, and most people don't have that situation. So I always say don't cohab ball pythons. Yoda, thanks for the super chat. Will you do another reacting to your enclosure? Yeah, I'll keep doing those. I get those from Patreon. I've done a couple of those videos where I review their enclosures, and the folks on Patreon are really good with their enclosures. Everybody's different. They all have a different situation, but it's cool because it gives people inspiration for what they can do with their own enclosures. So those are fun. I'll keep doing those. Edward is asking, which snake is your favorite to interact with? Is there a type of snake you would never consider owning, and why? And okay, so we got 3 questions. And if you had to start all over, what type of snake would be your first purchase? Okay, so my favorite snake to interact with is probably the retics. They're just more interactive than most other species. So that would be my favorite to interact with. Is there a type of snake you would never consider owning? Yeah, I wouldn't own a venomous snake. And the reason mainly, even though I love rattlesnakes and legally I could own a rattlesnake here in California if I wanted to, the reason that I won't is my neighbors. I don't want anyone to be nervous. I mean, people could find out I have snakes and just be nervous because they don't like snakes, but I can, I can talk through that with them. I don't want to have an actual dangerous snake and have my neighbors worried that it could get out or something like that. And I don't need to. There's no reason to have that risk. If I had a facility where I was doing like education stuff, that would make sense to then have a rattlesnake. But just to have one in my house, I don't feel like I need to do that. And also keep in mind that I'm different than just a normal person. Like there's a lot of people that keep rattlesnakes in their house and they don't tell anyone, but I have a very public channel where you can find out what I have very easily. So I need to be aware of that and make sure that, that I'm being responsible and that my neighbors aren't worried, The third question from Edward is, if you had to start all over, what type of snake would be your first purchase? I mean, if I was starting again, it would probably still be a ball python. They're easy, and it's ball python is a great way to learn how to provide heat, how to provide water, and when to clean the cages and stuff like that. And you got a snake that you don't have to worry too much about. They're a hardy snake, and they don't have a crazy wild personality. They're not defensive, probably be that if I was starting. If I was starting with the knowledge that I have, it would be something different probably, but you don't usually start off with your first snake having tons of knowledge about snakes, Okay, Nano, thanks for the super chat. One more from me. I appreciate it. You're saying sorry. Don't say sorry. Your super chats are great. I feed Selkie every 7 days, and within 2 months, she gained 33 grams. Do you think it would be good to switch her to every 5 days? No. You don't need to switch any snake to every 5 days. If they're a brand new hatchling, I might feed every 5 days, but sometimes I don't even with brand new hatchlings. But really, that's the only time that I would feed a ball python every 5 days. They don't have fast metabolisms. The younger ones do, but the only reason that I would for a baby ball python is if I'm concerned that they might not be a great feeder. I get them to eat once. I want them to practice that again 5 days later, and then 5 days later, and then 5 days later. And then after like 4 meals, we're going to go to 7 days, So don't go less than 7 days with a ball python. That's what I think. Better Duck Chuck, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Bob, thanks for naming our super dwarf retic Thunder Thigh. You're welcome. That was fun. We did that last live stream. We did that, and then I put a short out about it because I was just tickled I came up with the name, and I was tickled with it. I thought it was a great name. He is currently on small mice. Should I continue on mice until he can't size up, or should I switch him over to rats? Also, when do you introduce them to other prey items? So this is a super dwarf retic. Oh, yes, you say that. It's a super dwarf retic. So small rats is pretty small. I mean, it's probably a brand new super dwarf. But they can keep in mind that these are super long snakes. And so they can have a bigger lump in their belly than a ball python, than you're used to seeing with a ball python. And so a small rat is pretty small. You might be able to size them up right now, but the general rule is, a small mouse, you're feeding small mice. That's very small. But it's probably a brand new, hey buddy, you doing okay? It's probably a brand new baby snake. So I get it. They're going to grow pretty quickly though. And so the general rule of when to go to rats is once they can take a weaned rat. And the reason is that a weaned rat has fully formed bones and they're not drinking milk anymore. So you want to feed them something, a small mouse, a medium mouse. Those are all animals that have fully formed bones and no milk in their belly. And so that's healthier for them to eat those smaller mice. With ball pythons, we switch them to rats as soon as we can because sometimes they won't take rats. They're picky eaters, but retics are not picky eaters. And then you're asking when do you introduce other prey items? As soon as you can. Like if you can get a hold of some button quail, you can feed them a button quail. They'll eat anything. Just whatever is the right size. They'll eat that stuff. So that's cool. You guys, I love that Handsome Dan is choosing to crawl onto me like he's on my elbow right now. We're almost never in a situation where he can choose to crawl on me. It's usually me picking him up out of a hide so I can put him back in his cage. And this makes me really happy that he does some tongue flicks and goes, okay, I'll crawl on that guy. That's pretty cool. Okay, I gotta get my mouse now. Crisis, thanks for the super chat. Random question: what is the oldest ball python you have heard of besides St. Louis Zoo one? I don't know because the St. Louis Zoo takes the cake. That's the one that a few years ago a news article came out that snake was 63 years old and it had laid a clutch of eggs. Aside from that, I've heard of snakes, ball pythons that are in their 40s. But I can't remember specifics of where those came from or anything like that. But there were reports that ball pythons in captivity can live a really long time. We just don't know. Sometimes they get a disease and die. They'll get cancer or something like that when they're old. But if they don't, and they're well taken care of, they can live a long time. We say 20 to 30 years, but maybe double that, right? You got one in the zoo that's 63 years old. That's crazy. That's like, imagine that's like a human. We go, okay, humans live to be around 80 years, except there's one guy that's 160 years old. It's like double that. That's crazy. 63 years for a ball python is nuts. Okay, I'm just checking on Handsome Dan, who's right there on the chair for those that want an update. Okay. You guys, Amy's putting on red stuff right now. We'll show you that in a minute. I love that this is a snake focused live stream, but it's also a fashion show, a belly dance fashion show, which is not what I think most people would expect. Okay. We got through those. Brandon is asking, what's your favorite species of snake? I'm going to say a king cobra. I like snakes' brains. I really enjoy how snakes' brains work, and king cobras have incredible brains, and I think that's my favorite snake. I would not keep one. Hey, bud. Hey, that's just me. He got real nervous. I touched his neck, and he did not like that. King cobra. I have a lot of favorite snakes, but right now, in the moment, king cobra. We only have a couple questions left, and then we're gonna do some snake feeding. We're gonna look at Amy's red outfit now. Okay, Tiffany says, "Hi, Bob. I'm so excited to be getting my first ball python. Awesome, congrats. I plan to put paper towels down inside the enclosure first. Do you think a few days is long enough before I start slowly adding the substrate in place of paper towels? That's the first question. So this is why it's important to understand why we do quarantine. If you don't understand why you're doing it, then it would make sense that like there's no reason to really do it more than a couple days. Then you add your substrate and you're fine. So the reason that we do quarantine on paper towels, whether you have other snakes or not, is to look for the life cycle of mites. If you got your snake from a breeder that might have mites, and maybe the mites aren't visible on your snake right now, but let's say there's eggs that are laid on your snake and you can't see it, there's about a 30-day life cycle. Now, I don't know if that's actually true or not. It could be longer than that, or shorter than that, longer than that. I don't know. But 30 days is a good period of time to where you will eventually see something within that 30 days. So, so you want to have them on white paper so you can see these black mites against the white paper for 30 days. That's the reason for it. So once you understand the reason, then you understand why we put them on paper for 30 days. It's not so that they don't contaminate other snakes that you might have. It's so that you can see black mites against the paper if your snake happens to hatch mites on them. And then the other question is, I ordered a ton of fake plants for the enclosure. I'm wondering if I need to soak it all before putting it into the enclosure. Not generally. I mean, if it smells really bad for some reason, you might soak it in hot water to see if you can get rid of that smell. But generally, plastic stuff, things like that, people get really nervous about, like they've got to bake everything, or if it's plastic, they've got to douse it in chlorhexidine or whatever. You can do that to be overly careful, but it's not really necessary. These snakes are not that fragile. I would say I would do that kind of thing if I pulled the fake plants out of a package and it just smelled terrible, because sometimes plastic stuff does. I might try to get rid of that odor before I put it in with the snake, but it still probably is not that dangerous for them, Okay, Kathy says, excuse me. Kathy says, my bioactive enclosures are all over a year old, and I haven't seen isopods in a while. How can I determine the well-being of the cleanup crew, and what should I do if they aren't well or are no longer? So that happens. Sometimes the cleanup crew crashes. Sometimes they just go under the substrate. So digging around under the substrate, especially under like a log or something like that, you'll find some. But if you dig around in the substrate and do a good search and you don't find any, there's a good chance they crashed. Just put more in there. And the best thing to do is to use the same species that you had in before. Because if you do have a crew in there and you just can't find them, and you add more, if it's a different species, then they're going to compete with one another. But if you add the same species, then they'll breed and they'll do just fine. So I'm going to put Handsome Dan back in his cage because he's trying to get away now. So that happens. That's happened to a number of cages of mine where all of a sudden I don't have isopods. And then you just add more. Fortunately, when you have multiple cages, I can take some isopods that are doing great in one cage and add them to another one that has a low volume of isopods. And then you figure out why they crashed. Did you not have enough leaf litter? Would it help to put isopod food in there? Was it too dry for them? There's a number of reasons why your isopods would crash, and so you want to get that figured out too. Okay. That's the last of the Patreon questions. So we are feeding in a moment. There's at least one super chat that I'm going to get to. And then Amy also, we're going to get to Amy in a second, but we're going to feed shortly. We're going to feed Maya, Banjo, Bella. So we're going to feed 2 black-headed pythons, 1 carpet python, and 3 super dwarf reticulated pythons, including the biggest snake in the room. And we're feeding him an 800-gram rat. Why do rats grow that big? That's a crazy size for a rat. I don't like it. I don't like that they get that big. Dave can eat that big of a meal, but I wasn't trying to buy that big of a meal. It's just that jumbo rats are way bigger than extra large rats. They're just huge. Okay. Mare Muse, thanks for the super chat. Do cobras chase predators away from offspring? You know, I don't know what that behavior is. I'm not sure. I know that I would say yes. I'm sure that yes, because all snakes are very protective of their eggs. And so cobras build these massive nests. They're the only snakes that build nests. So they get a bunch of substrate in their mouth, like leaves and sticks and whatever, and bring it over, and they build these huge mounds, and then their eggs go into that or on that. I don't think I've ever seen a cobra on eggs, so I'm not even sure what that looks like. But most snakes are very protective of their eggs, so I would imagine cobras are also. I don't think they're just laying eggs and leaving. But now I want to look into that because I'm realizing that I don't think I've ever seen a cobra on eggs before. Amy Bentley, you ready to show your red outfit? Let's see it.
I have to say something first.
I need to hear you.
This says,
hi.
Okay, I'm going to tell everybody else. Okay, so this says, with the exception of the king cobra, most cobras will abandon their eggs after laying them, leaving the newborns entirely independent from birth.
Oh, that's interesting. I've been talking about a king cobra. I've been talking about cobras. That's interesting to know about the other cobra. Okay, let's hear the rest.
So king cobras will aggressively defend their nests. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have been talking about king cobras, and oh my gosh, Amy, that's fantastic. I love the red. I've seen that one before. I've seen your whole troop in red. It's great.
This one took me a long time to get dressed into because I'm missing one of my belts.
Oh.
This black one usually goes, so I have this black one with the shells, and it usually goes on the back right here.
Oh, I see.
And then I have a red one that goes on the front.
Well, it's great. And I'm going to say this one thing about cobras in a minute, but so the cool thing about this troop, you guys, is that everybody comes up with their own outfits, but it's color coordinated. So everybody on red day, everybody will be in outfits that match Amy's, but they'll all have put together their own thing. So it'll all be slightly different, but all color matching. And it's awesome. The thing I was going to say about king cobras, and this is what I was talking about, is the king cobra. King cobras are not cobras. Many of you know this. I'm guessing many of you don't. Those are not true cobras. They're closer related to black mambas, but they're not a cobra. We call them cobras because they flatten out their head like true cobras do. Yeah, thanks for looking that up, Amy, because that was interesting information. I did not know that true cobras leave their eggs. They're terrible parents. Yeah, that's crazy.
They really are.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that, Amy.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for all the compliments.
Okay. I haven't read the compliments yet because I haven't scrolled that far down. Okay, now I see them. Yeah, it's a good one. I think my favorite they do a black day where they're all in black stuff. Like it's black with silver and things like that. It's pretty great. The red is also great. Those ladies know how to put outfits together. Okay. Let's you know what's interesting is Bella's not even out right now. Or is she oh no. I see her. Usually she's out hunting, but she's not out right now. She's just sticking her head out of her hide, which is crazy because she's due to eat and I'm feeding her today. We'll get her out though. Let's do the black-headed pythons. They're the easiest because we just toss food in there and they get them when they get them. So we're going to feed those two. Let me get their food items. Hang on. So what we're doing here is we're going to give Maya a quail. And we're going to give Banjo, I think I have 3 chicks for him to eat, which is enough food for him. So Maya gets this quail. I'm going to try to turn up the light in here real quick. It's going to take me a second, but let's see if we can get a light into this cage a little better. You guys just talk amongst yourselves while I try to make things good in here. Well, my app is backing up data, so it's not going to happen right now, but we'll do it when it's ready. Okay. So we got Maya on the hunt already. Can you even see that? No. I'll use a flashlight. How about that? So we got a quail right there. We got Maya right here. We'll just see how that goes. I'll shine a light if it gets interesting. And then I'm going to drop these chicks for, oh, I got to shut this door, otherwise she's coming out. And then drop these chicks down here for Banjo. The nice thing about the blackheads is they don't have to be warmed up. They just have to be thawed. I wish I had cleaned off the doors before I did this live stream, but such is life. I mean, I feel like this is a standard for the live stream now. We see Banjo and Maya eating almost every live stream. That's crazy. She passed it. I'm going to go back and try to turn this main light on again. I haven't looked for super chats lately, but I'll go back and do it. Okay, so that's not working. We're not going to have the main light. All right. Here comes Banjo. We'll see him a little better. Okay, while we're looking at him, I've sat back down. And let's see if I missed anything. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's see how excited Banjo is about food. He usually just starts slowly eating. He's got some work to do tonight. This is going to take him a while to go through 3 chicks, especially if he decides to eat from the back. I'm going to read Amy this message. Amy, Barbara Perry says, Amy, that outfit looks very complicated to put together, but it's gorgeous. And now she's got the black outfit going. I already know that these are complicated to put together. Hang on, I'm putting my ears in. Amy, once you're back in front of the thing, I'll put you back on. Oh, except for Banjo's eating right now, so we'll let him do his thing for a minute. So this is a pretty big meal for him. I feed them twice a week, the blackheads, but it kind of depends on how big their meal is. I'm giving Maya a smaller meal and Banjo a bigger meal, so they may not get fed on the same day next time. But look at that, just no care about where he has no concern about where he starts eating. He did this last time too, on the last live stream. Okay, so now he's moving up to the head. All right, that was pretty good. That's pretty good. Now if he just... All right, well, I take back what I said. That was pretty good. He found the head fast. Jim, this is a great question, and it's something that a lot of people wonder if the beaks or the feet are dangerous. A lot of people cut them off before feeding them to their snakes, but no, it's not dangerous. They eat them in the wild. I mean, maybe it's happened, but I've never heard of someone saying my snake died because the beak punctured their neck or something like that. They're designed to take in all that stuff and digest it all. I've never cut the feet off of a bird or the beak off of a bird. They do just fine with it. They eat them in the wild, and it's not a problem. Let me know, though, if you've heard of someone that's said that their snake had a massive problem with a sharp beak or feet. Okay, Amy, we're going to show your thing. You ready? She almost is. She's putting a shawl on or something. Barbara, this is a good question too. Do blackheads ever constrict their food? Yes, they do, but they don't do it nearly as much as other pythons. They have stronger jaws than most pythons. You know, they're used to eating other reptiles. So with a slightly stronger jaw, bite pressure, they can oftentimes kill a lizard, at least, with just their jaw pressure. I think they have to constrict other snakes, probably. And they do constrict if they feel like they need to, but a lot of times it's just jaw pressure. So this is another thing that a lot of people worry about, choking. Snakes don't choke. When they're eating, they don't breathe. They don't have the same larynx, or larynx is not the right word. They don't have the same breathing system that we do, where we eat through one tube and then breathe through the other one that's right next to it. They breathe through a glottis, which is like, it's in the front of their mouth. There's a little hole that they can push out and breathe through. So there's never choking. That's why they can eat such huge meals. They're not getting feathers in the glottis or anything like that. Snakes, you know, when they're in the wild, they take what they can get, whether it's a bird or another mammal or whatever. And they're designed to swallow these big, giant meals. And it might take them hours to swallow. You know, like a huge snake might swallow like an antelope or something that's the size. It's not an actual antelope because that's a North American creature, but you know, something that's that size. And it might take them hours, but they can breathe through it because they're breathing through their glottis that they're sticking out of the bottom of their mouth. And they're not choking because they have a different system than we do. They can't choke on their food. They're just not designed that way. Kick me, your super chat wouldn't go through. That happens sometimes. Let me know if you have a question. I'll try to see it. Amy, are you ready to show off your black outfit? I'm putting you on stage right now. There you go. Look at this. There's the black, you guys. How cool is that? She looks like a goth Christmas tree.
I am a goth Christmas tree. Guys, look, I just got this new one. It's kind of hidden, but it's got like moths and cool. It is goth.
It's amazing. Amy, look, not only were you able to join this live stream, but we get a fashion show also. It's incredible.
Yeah.
We love it.
Well, I told you, you were like, there's a live stream tonight. And I was like, well, I got to pick my belly dance costumes tonight. So
I'm glad you're
try to tune in.
It's great. It's great. Okay. I'm going to, thanks for that one. I'm going to remove you. I'm going to put it back on. We're going to see where Maya's at. And then I got retics to feed. I got giant retics to feed. What's that?
I can't believe how big Maya is.
Hey, you should, yeah, Maya's a big girl, but the retics are bigger. You should come to California. You haven't been here in a while, and the retics have grown so much since you've been here. Wait till you see them. Hang on.
I thought rats looked funny when they got eaten, but that quail looks really funny.
That's a chick, not a quail. Yeah. So this is Alyssa, my neighbor, who is also a belly dancer, and she's interested in your belly dancing outfit.
Hi, Alyssa.
So Alyssa just got home from work, so she hasn't seen your other belly dancing outfits. This would be the first one that she saw, but she's very interested. Another thing that we'll do next time you come here is we'll all hang out with Alyssa.
Okay.
And you can see her snake because she has a cute little snake.
Her snake and her belly dance outfits.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So I'm pulling you off.
Goodbye.
We'll see you in a bit. Okay. Look at that. That one is down apparently. And let's see where Maya's at with it. So Maya's got hers. You're not going to see it though because I'm going to close Banjo's door. Maya is almost done with hers, but she's taken hers into the dark. So you're not going to be able to see it. So I think what we should do, is get the rodents ready. Oh, look at this. Bella has decided that it's time to come out and hunt. Hang on. There's Miss Bella. So she is ready for food. Alyssa, Amy already showed the red one. She's been changing clothes. You're gonna have to go back and watch the live stream. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab Bella. So hang on. Hi. Here's the plan with Bella. Some of you know, if you've watched the other videos of me feeding her, she's been a picky eater. I've gotten her to take rats. She loves rats now. So she will take rats and mice. I pulled out an extra chick to try to feed her. So I'm going to try to scent that with a rat or with a mouse or whatever I have to scent it with. And we're going to try to give that to her and see if she takes it. And maybe she will. I don't know. She at least I got her to take rats. So that's all I need her to take. But I would love to be able to give her birds just to change up her food occasionally. It's good for them. So here we go. Let me just make sure that I'm caught up on things. I think I am. And then I'm going to go in there and get her chick ready, see if she takes it. She always takes it. Some of you have seen the video where whatever food I give her, she'll take. Like if I give her my hand, she'll take my hand. She'll bite. She never has, but she would bite my hand or anything that's warm. But then once it doesn't taste like what she's used to, she drops it immediately. So we don't want her to do that, but that's what I'm kind of expecting to happen. But let's try it. We'll see what happens. Here. There she is, so hopeful for food. This is going to take a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, we're almost there. Hit this with a hairdryer real quick. Oh, I didn't scent it. Shoot. That's okay. We're going to try it without scenting, and then we'll do a second try scented and see what happens. Okay. First try is unscented. I'll try not to block the light. And she's target trained, so I'm going to show her a target so she knows that this is food. This. Okay. Show her the target. There we go. That's perfect. I don't know if you saw that. Oh, that's good. That's a strike and wrap at least. I can't tell if you can see that or not. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see what happens. Everybody cross your fingers. I think if everyone crosses your fingers at once, she might hang on to it. Normally, she would let go by now. If she hangs on to this, I'm going to be shocked because this is not scented and she's never taken a bird before. You guys, she might eat this. I like it. All right, little movement. Tanya, yes, I agree. She did really well with the target. She's very well target trained. She's struck at the target a couple times. You know, snakes get very excited and it confuses them. They know the target means food, and so it's tough for them to differentiate. You know, when they know it means food, sometimes they go, "Oh, that is food," and so they strike at it. But she's only done it a couple of times. I love this. I love that she still has it in her mouth. This is great. Doesn't mean she won't drop it, but it usually happens within seconds. So this is actually real cool. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Morelia, carpets go for birds all the time. She never has. I mean, it took me, I had to do a lot of work to get her to take a rat from a mouse. She was like, this doesn't taste like what I normally eat. I'm going to strike at it and wrap for a second, and then I'm going to drop it and let it go. So now she takes mites and rats at least. Birds I've tried a few times, and she hasn't done it. But look at this. I love it. This is good news, you guys. Yeah, Jake, I agree. There are some snakes, Morelia especially, that they just love birds. Douglas, my scrub python, loves birds. Piffo, you're from Spokane? That's great. I was born at Sacred Heart Hospital in Spokane, Washington. My parents live in Post Falls, which is in Idaho, technically, for those who don't know, but it's right on the border. In Spokane, Washington is right on the border, so those two towns run right into one another. I'm going to say that Bella's going to, I'm just going to switch the camera to me so that we can chat, but I'll move the camera back to Bella if anything interesting is happening. I got to shut her door at some point, but I love that she's sticking with it. That's great news. I love it. Okay, hang on. Kick Me just did a super chat. Let me see if there's any before that I missed. Then I'll go back to Kick Me's. Okay, I think we're good. Kick Me 77, thanks for the super chat. I tried choice handling the other day when Apophis came up. He rested his head on my hand for about 2 minutes, then left. That's a long time. Resting it for 2 minutes. That's a long time to rest their head. That's cool. That shows that your snake isn't afraid of you, you know, or whether they're afraid. You know, sometimes the snake's not afraid of you, but they're just not interested. You know, I have plenty of snakes that will tongue flick on my hand and then go, no, thanks, and back up and go the other direction. So it's cool when they choose, you know, like what Handsome Dan was doing. He was completely on the chair and my arm was here and he chose to crawl onto my shoulder. That was cool because we don't do that really. I don't usually give him the option because he gets to do what he wants. I open his door, walk away, and then I don't give him the option when it's time for bed, when I'm going to bed, because I just need to put him back. So I pick up his hide or wherever he is, pick him up, put him back in his cage. So it was cool to see him choose to at least put his neck and head on my shoulder for a little bit when he was back there. So Kick Me, I totally get that it's fun when your snake puts their head on your hand, you know. Back to Chang. Thanks for being here. You made it. Well done. I thought I was going to see you earlier, but you're here at 8:50 p.m. my time, at least. What about the girls? Are they in bed? Is it too late for? I don't know where you're at. Oh, actually, back to Chang. I think you're on the West Coast also. It might only be at 8:50 for you also. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. let's check on Bella. Look at that. She still has it. Come on. I love it. And what a great wrap too. Like that's a classic wrap. She did so well. Good news. I'm going to get the big rodents because now we got super dwarfs to feed. So here's what's happening. We're feeding Stella. So the biggest, we're going to feed Dave last. He's taking that 800-gram rat, that giant rat. So we're going to feed him last. We got about a 300-gram rat for Echo. It's a good size for her. And then we have a quail for Stella. And a quail is pretty small for them, but she took a quail last week. I usually feed Stella every 3 to 4 weeks. She took a quail last week, and it just isn't that big for her. So I want to give her another one, and then I'll feed her again 3 weeks from now. So we're going to give Stella a quail, and that is the plan. Just seeing if I can turn this light up now. I have to use an app to to make this spotlight happen. I can't do it on the light. And the app is just not working. It's so annoying. It's all right. I'm not worried about it. Okay, I'm going to let you guys watch Bella while I go and prep these rodents and the quail for the super dwarfs. Here we go. And it looks like Banjo is on his last chick, so he's doing well. I'm going to close Bella's door while I'm up. I'm just narrating everything I'm doing since you guys can't see it. Closing her door. She's good to go. Getting these rodents. Okay, here we go. Almost there. Probably a super boring live stream for anyone who's joining right now. So here's what we're going to do. Let me just show you what's going on here. We got Banjo eating his last chick. We got Maya, who I don't think you can see, but she just swallowed her meal. So they're all doing good. And then what I'm going to do is move this camera up. We're going to feed Stella first. And then we'll go up in size. We'll start with Stella, then we'll go to Echo, and then we'll go to Dave. So let's get the Handsome Dan is all about it right now. But he just ate last week, so he is not due for food for a while. But he would really like more food. Okay. All right. Let's see, we got a target. These targets, for those people always ask, I have these special targets that Brady Bentley, Amy's husband, made for me. Let's bring Amy on since she's sitting there. Come on. Why doesn't it work? There we go. I can't hear you, Amy, right now, but I'm going to, while I'm doing stuff, you can chat with folks. But so these came from Amy and Brady. Brady 3D printed them for me, and they're on a stick, which is really handy. You can get these sticks from Amazon, but anything can be a target. You can train your snake with anything to be a target. If I wanted this blue bottle of whiskey to be a target, I just show them this when I feed them, and then they associate this with food. So the idea is, for those who are new to target training, the idea is that my snakes see the target, I have them come up and touch it with their nose or tongue or get close to it, and then I give them food. The retics, a lot of time, well, any snake, a lot of times will get so excited about the target that they'll strike, but we'll see what happens with the retics. We'll see if they strike at it or if they do it right. It's about 50-50. So actually, no, it's not. It's about 25-50. They strike about 25% of the time, but they usually do it right. So there we go. Amy, you have the floor. Did you change your outfit? Let me see. Is it, you're in a new, oh, you're in a different, oh, that one's all orange and rust color. I like it. That's fantastic.
Actually, I have a question for you guys as well.
I can't hear you.
Okay, bye. Okay, guys. This is my least favorite costume. So this little like half shirt thing that my belly dancers wear, it's called a choli. I have a new one coming because this one is made out of fleece and it gets so hot when I dance in the middle of the summer. So I have a new one coming that is like kind of shorter sleeve brown lace, which I love, but I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know exactly what color it is. But I have a question for you guys because I usually don't wear a dark skirt on top, so I need your guys' opinion, okay? Okay, so this is my pretty top skirt. Should I wear the black with the bronzy accents? And there's like a dark brown skirt under there somewhere. And then this one has like white-ish, creamy colored fringe down there. Or should I wear the lighter brown top skirt with the dark fringe? I'll change. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show you both. Don't worry. You guys get to choose my costumes this year. And I'll send you pictures.
I love this. All right. So keep that in mind, you guys. I'm gonna get rid of Amy so she can change into whatever she's talking about. And then and we're going to feed Stella. So here we go. We're going to put Stella's camera on. I'm going to open this door. She's going to come out. Hopefully she doesn't come out past the camera. Hang on. Maybe I should back the camera up. Put the camera back here. She sometimes comes out wide. Hang on, lady. Hang on. Okay, I got to heat this back up. See what she does with the target. She's looking at me, so she knows where I am. She doesn't notice the target until I give it some movement. Hey. That's not what you're supposed to do. That's just, there you go. You're close. Do it. Try one more time. Nope. We don't strike at the target. Nope. We don't strike it. It's such a hard thing for them to do when they're excited about food. If she just gets, there we go. That's all we're going to let her do. There we go. She's in this box. So last time she, like 6 days ago or whatever, when I gave her a quail, she was in that box and she lunged at it so fast and so hard that she pulled herself and the entire box out of that and fell onto the floor, which was crazy. Okay. So there we go. We're just going to close this. I give her a C- for that, for striking at the target, what, 5 times? C-. Okay. Now we go to echo. The retics like rodents better than quail. Oh, wait, that's looking at banjo. Okay, here we go. So they get a little more excited when there's a smell of rodent in the room. Okay. Let me put it on her. Give me a moment to heat this up. So this is an extra large rat. Like I said, it's about 300 grams. It's not a huge meal for her, but but it's also not small. Now you got to come up where the camera is. Nope. Good enough. So I said that they strike at the target about 25% of the time. So far tonight, it's been 100% of the time. And now it's up to Dave, who is starting to recognize the target. Now it's up to Dave to hopefully not strike at the target. I have my doubts because these two have not done well. Dave has never struck at a target before, though, because he's just learning it. So maybe he will tonight. Let's see what happens. Let me just. Okay. I think we're good here. All right. Look at this ridiculous. Look at this rodent. It's so, why are they this big? Why do rats grow that big? They don't need to be that big. All right, let me heat this up and then we'll switch. Wait a second. I'm going to close her door. I'm going to move the camera down. Okay. You can't even see Dave right now in the camera, I don't think, but he's there and you will see him when I open the door. Oh, I guess you can see his white head right there. Okay. Let me heat this up. God, it's like a 10-pound rat. I got to open his cage with this hook. Just drop it. We'll see what he thinks of the target. Hey, look down. Look down. Oh my gosh, you guys. There we go. I want him in camera. Okay, good enough with the target. Good enough. Ugh. Oh my gosh. I clearly should have gone wider with the camera angle. Look at that crazy guy. That is Dave is over 8 feet. He's a big super dwarf. He's not big for a retic, but he's big for a super dwarf. He's a large guy. And that rat is bigger than many of your dogs. If you have a Chihuahua, that rat weighs more than the Chihuahua. Hi, we'll just let him do his thing for a minute. Nanos just said that. I think they gave Bob a small Chihuahua instead of a rat. Yeah, for real. Jim says it's a cryptid. Yeah, for sure. All right, so I'm going to put Dave back in his cage because he doesn't need to eat this out there. Oh, come here, bud. Okay. That's ridiculous. So he's got his, she's got hers, and here's Echo. Oh, actually, we can watch Echo. Hang on. Sorry about my bad camera work. You know what we'll do? I'll just open this for you guys so we can have a good view. That's an easy meal for her to eat. Dave will take at least a half an hour because he usually takes 20 minutes. He'll let go of it, and then it'll take 20 minutes finding the head. So it'll take him ages to eat, but we'll watch Stella. Jason. Yeah, you guys, Jason feeds massive meals to his snakes, like huge meals. I'm a little more conservative than that. Yeah, Echo would love, she'd eat a 1 pound rabbit, no problem. What's a pound in grams? Hang on, I'm looking this up while you guys watch. Many of you know it off the top of your head. So 450 grams is a pound. And so Dave is eating almost 2 pounds of rat. That's crazy. And Echo's eating, say, 3/4 of a pound. Amy, you knew off the top of your head? Hi, I just put you on camera. Hi. You knew off the top of your head that was 450 grams?
No, I looked it up. I'm just kind of faster than you.
Oh, you're faster at looking it up. Okay. Did you change into whatever you were telling them that I couldn't hear? Let's see it.
Okay, so this is like the lighter colored top skirt with the brown underskirt. And then there's, hang on, with the dark fringe instead of the light fringe.
That's great, Amy. You guys, this is the weirdest fashion show where we have on one side Amy showing us her lovely dancing, and on the left hand we have a reticulated python eating quail.
No, that is Bob. You can hear him. Did it wake you up?
Oh, Indy. I see Indy's nose. That sweet dog. I love that dog.
Say hi, Bob.
Indy. Oh my goodness! Look at that pup. Hi, buddy.
Can you see
Indy's
this?
My best friend. When I go to Utah and visit Amy and Brady, Indy is my best friend.
I think he's gonna have surgery.
Oh no! Poor guy. Indy has all kinds of physical problems.
Can you see this new cyst that he has right here between his eyes?
Oh no. Poor guy. Hang on, I gotta move the camera real quick.
Oh, okay. That snake is so silly.
We're gonna hope that the box doesn't, because she's mostly in the box. So if that box falls, she falls. She'll be fine. Great.
Thanks, guys. You guys like the dark skirt better? Because I almost always wear this light colored skirt, and it's really cool. It has like little, my sister gave it to me, but it's got like little elephants on it. See?
That's great.
But
it's lovely.
I think I want to change it.
I'm gonna answer this question really quick. Nano, yes, almost all snakes do this. So you say, I didn't know they do that until Selkie gave me a heart attack by standing up to swallow the rat for the, yes, that's what they do. They use gravity to help swallow the rat. And especially ball pythons. Retics don't always do it, but ball pythons almost always do it. That's just how they do things. Big Bronco Gaming, thanks for this. Is really nice. Want to say quickly, became a huge fan after my wife showed me the channel, and I love it. Thanks for being informative and keep it fun and party. Oh, that's really nice. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'm glad you and your wife like the channel. I'm scrolling way down now to try to catch up. Okay. Sarah has this is a good point. I like the darker one, but which one is cooler? Meaning temperature wise. That's the real question for sure. That is true.
I'm trying to scroll. They're probably about the same. I mean, I'm wearing 2 skirts and they're both 35 yards of fabric, so it's going to be hot either way, but they're probably about the same. Excuse you.
Oh, that's a great question. Did Bella eat the chick? She did. Good question, Tanya. Thanks for reminding me. Bella has a fat belly right now. She ate the chick. I'm so proud of her. That is great news. Good for Bella. That means I can pretty much feed her whatever I want now. So we got Stella adjusting to try to get that thing down. A lot of times they'll hang the opposite way and walk the food into their mouth when they're hanging it down rather than up. So when they go up, that's to get it down their throat. But a lot of times it helps them to have it the opposite way when they're walking it into their mouth. So I'm just going to let Echo swallow that. And then I have to use a hook to get her back in the cage and then close it. So happy that Bella took that chick. I think it's because of you guys. I think since everybody crossed their fingers, you guys gave her the right energy. And everybody that hasn't seen it, look at Amy's dinosaur tattoo. It's so cool. It's a full dinosaur on the front and it goes to bones in the back. It's one of the coolest dinosaur designs. Amy has some great dinosaur stuff. So listen to this. Hang on, I'm switching. Many of you know my snake babysitter. Hang on. So Lucy is my snake babysitter, and she has been the snake babysitter since she was 12. She's now 18. She turned 18 and graduated from high school last week. It's a big week for her. So I got her a gift for for her birthday and her graduation. And she's big into sharks. She's big into dinosaurs. She's big into snakes. She likes all that stuff. I got her the coolest megalodon tooth. Really big, like a 5-inch megalodon tooth. That's, a lot of them are just black. This one is tan with spots, and it's just awesome. And I gave it to her yesterday. She was over here yesterday, and she opened it up. And I love that. Like she was like, "Oh my God." She goes, "Is this a megalodon tooth?" Like she knew exactly what it was right away. And it made me so happy. She said it was the coolest gift that she got for her birthday is that megalodon tooth. She was very excited about it, which is, that's all I wanted, was to be the best gift giver. It's cool. All right. So
a megalodon tooth is not that big.
Hang on. This is where we're at with this. Now that it's mostly in her mouth and she's got to get it down her throat, she's going to use the gravity. And I got to say, while we're watching this, I went to Lucy's graduation. She had all her family. And it's so nice that Lucy's family considers me part of the family, which is very sweet. So I went to the graduation and sat with the family, and I thought that it was going to be the most boring thing ever. But Lucy went to a performing arts high school, and those kids are so freaking talented. And there was a bunch of performances. Lucy sang 3 times. The speeches that the kids gave were insane, and like some of them were heartbreaking, and some of them were beautiful. Like it was great all the way through. It's the only graduation I've been to that's actually entertaining and engaging. It was cool.
I had to go to 2.
Wait, sorry.
You can't hear me.
I don't have my ears in.
I know.
I can't hear a thing you're saying.
I know. But my nephew Gabe graduated from high school a couple weeks ago. I'm so excited for him. But I had to go to his graduation, and then one of my belly dancers graduated from high school. So I had to go sit through 2 high school graduations on the same day.
Dude, so boring.
It was the longest day of my life.
Was it Gabe's graduation? Who did you say graduated? Gabe? Nice. Tell him I said congratulations. Give him a big hug for me. That's a good kid. Your nephew, Gabe. He's a good kid. One of the best kids ever, I think. All right.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, nobody would dispute that, I think, if they met him.
I mean, I'm really biased. I brag a lot. I'm a very proud aunt. I am not humble about it at all. All of my nieces and nephews are so dope. But yeah, he's everybody that meets him loves him. He's the best.
Jason says, "I can't believe you said that," and Bob couldn't even hear it. Amy Bentley, if I find out that you said something nefarious tomorrow when I listen to this whole thing and read the chat, I'm going to be so mad at you. Wait a second. I
whispered it. I whispered it, so it's fine.
Okay, I'm going to close this before she falls.
Yeah.
You whispered it? Oh, okay, that's good. Hang on. I'm taking my ears out again. Let's get her back in the cage before she's crazy for more food. I might be late on this. Oh my gosh, I am. She's got food in her neck and she's looking for more.
Ravenous.
I don't know if you could see her opening her mouth, like trying to slowly open her mouth on the hook. No way, Mama. It's just a hook. Nope. Oh my gosh. Now I can't get the hook away.
So glad this is happening.
There we go. We're almost there. You want that hook in your mouth? Is that what you want? It's not food.
Oh, I've misreticulated Python shenanigans.
This is so stupid. I can't push the hook. I'm just trying to give her the hook. Like she can have it in there. It's fine. But I don't want to push it with my hand because she's going to bite any heat signature. Okay. Now I can close this.
Barbara Perry, I do teach belly dancing. I am the director of the local FCBD style belly dance troupe in Cedar City.
Oh, the box. The box is keeping the door open. Okay. We got it. The door's shut. She has the hook. That's fine. I'll get it later tonight. Oh my gosh. That was very silly.
I've super missed retic shenanigans.
We got all kinds of retic shenanigans. Wait till you see the video in 2 weeks. We got retic shenanigans 2 weeks from now. All right. We've officially done that. You guys, we are 4 hours and 22 minutes into this live stream. I appreciate those of you who have been with me this whole time. That's incredible. It's such a long live stream. We are going to end it though. I want to just double check that I haven't missed any live streams before I end it. And Amy Bentley, I'm so happy that you were able to hang out during some of it.
Me too. I'm like, well, my computer's down in the basement and that's where I gotta be because that's where my belly dance closet is. So
yeah. Well, the belly dance fashion show was a bonus. That was a bonus.
Thank you guys. No joke. That's always the worst day of my entire year is deciding what I'm gonna wear at the Renaissance Fair. So thanks for like just being like, yeah, wear the teal one and yeah, wear you guys were pretty split on the dark one versus the light one on this outfit, but I appreciate your opinions.
Snakes and Scotch and belly dance. That's fun. Okay, you guys, thank you so much. I will see you next week for a regular video, but I'll see you in several weeks for the next live stream. Thanks for being with us. Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys. Love you.